Welcome one and all here to the Umzansi Esports League. Season 5 is reaching its final crescendo. And of course, to try and make it happen, we're going to be seeing the promotion relegation playoffs conclude first before we move on to our championship weekend next week. And of course, we're going to be starting with FIFA 22 today to see who is going to be claiming the last available slot in Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. My name is Snare, and I'm going to be joined this day by both Tendo Plays as well as Aero OG. Gentlemen, one slot left, one game remaining. It's pretty much all the marbles. We've already seen Rukza have to come back into the situation after being relegated from the Umzansi Esports League. Both of you have been here for these last couple of days, so you've seen what the lay of the land is like. Aero, what can we expect today in the matchup between these two gentlemen?
So we have a bit of intel on Rukza, but we don't have any intel on his opponent. You know, he's coming out from Inkosi, he's here to try and make a name for himself. But it's always that hunger that comes into the Umzansi promotion relegation phase that sort of wins the games between the two. But yesterday we actually saw the Umzansi player actually take the lead and stay in the Umzansi, Darth Mayhem. So I don't know what today is all about. It's going to be a roller coaster, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and Tendo, he's mentioning a very good point, right? That it's a lot of desire that ends up being the determining factor in these matchups, given the case that every single player involved has been in the Inkosi Super Cup before, obviously. We do know that one of our players today has yet to make it to the Umzansi Esports League. However, it would not be the first time that somebody has made this run and gone on to be very successful in the league itself. So with that kind of context in the mix here, Tendo, what do you think is going to be happening today? Whose desire do you think is going to be a bit stronger between the two gentlemen?
Man, it's such a difficult one to say because yesterday I think a lot of us thought that Pavin was going to maybe coming with a little bit more hunger to beat Darth, but it ended up being Darth really being in this, steering seat of everything. So not too sure what to expect today. Rukza's been promising throughout the season. There were moments where he was shining here and there. He wasn't completely a walkover. In comparison to how Darth kind of went throughout the season, ultimately he did win a game against Darth. So I think if we're looking at it, I'd have to give Rukza the dub today just based on him coming in with that positive statistic over Darth. And if Darth can do it yesterday, I'm sure Rukza can do it today.
Absolutely, it does help a lot, not just having the experience of what it's like to play in the Umzansi Esports League, but being able to prove yourself up against the caliber of players that are there. Even if you're losing week in, week out, you're learning something, you're gaining experience, you're gaining some of that very integral matchup knowledge that's required in a game like this. So I do think as well on my side that I'm kind of favoring Rukza coming into this one, especially after the success yesterday of Darth Mayhem. But of course, we've spoken about Rukza quite a bit. You have to know who he's playing against. So as we look at the proceedings for this evening, because we're starting on FIFA, but we're not ending there for the promotion relegation playoffs. The final day, we're going to be getting some new faces in Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League. We'll be starting, as ever, here in the FIFA 22 side of things, where Alpha will be taking on RukzaTheRuler. DSGAlpha, as Aero mentioned earlier, we don't have as much tape on him as we would like. However, he can start to make a name for himself here and demonstrate why it's a mistake that we do not have that information available at hand. Of course, right after that, we'll be moving into the PUBG mobile side of things, where we'll be trying to get some more teams into the Umzansi Esports League. Of course, in Season 5, several teams and squads were relegated in the bottom 8 roles from the league portion of play in the Umzansi Esports League, and they'll be battling it out with the top 8 players from the Inkosi Super Cup to try and determine who's going to be making it into the 6th season of the Umzansi Esports League, and that is going to be taking place across the 4 maps of this evening. Erangel to start with, Sanhok, Miramar, and then Erangel Part 2, the way that we normally roll in these playoff portions of the Umzansi Esports League. But still about the football now, still about this FIFA. It's 2 games, it's 2 legs. This is an opportunity here for Alpha here, Aero. We were talking about it a little bit earlier on, what this could potentially mean for him. Not just being able to get this dub, but being able to be the more surprising element has often proven to be the X factor in these playoff promotion relegations. We've seen several players who've been in the Umzansi Esports League get knocked out because they were not prepared. For example, one of our prior winners in the league, Young Savage, came up with this exact same path, blowing people out of the water. Look at Alpha here, Aero. A man with a Liverpool tattoo on his arm is dedicated to football, to his heart and soul. Do you think that dedication here, what do you think he can make happen with that dedication on the field of play?
Man, honestly, so much could potentially go in favor for Alpha here. I mean, you mentioned the element of surprise, and that's exactly what we're going to get out of the Inkosi player Alpha, because we don't have any of that intel about him. We don't know how his playstyle is, whether he's an aggressive or passive player, whether he handles himself quite well without ball possession. That is the big disadvantage we saw from Pavendrel yesterday against Darth Mayhem, is that the pressure that was built up by Darth Mayhem meant that Pavendrel couldn't sort of secure himself into the Umzansi League. I don't know if Alpha could do that, but he is looking like a dedicated man, so he's ready, I'm hoping, for RukzaTheRuler. But at the same time, RukzaTheRuler still needs a spotlight in the Umzansi League as well. You know, we didn't see the best season coming out from him, so now this is a potential to stay for the season 6 and then to make a name for himself over there.
Absolutely. Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League will be having potentially new faces if Alpha is able to get this dub over RukzaTheRuler today. We don't know just yet. He has to demonstrate to us that he deserves that dub, because nothing, absolutely nothing, comes easy or for free here in the Umzansi Esports League.
Definitely.
You have to prove day in, day out that you are at the top of your game, that you are at the apex practically of what's possible within this game of FIFA 22. Before it gets started, gentlemen, I need predictions. Tendo, you've been off the air for a while, so I've let you off the hook for a while. Tell me exactly how many goals we're going to be getting. I mean exact.
Yesterday was a thriller, honestly. You can ask Iro. It was goal after goal. We were a little bit shocked at how many goals we had. To give an accurate prediction here, I might have to go a little higher than I normally would. I'm looking at a 6-3 on aggregate for Rukza. Because, I mean, look, we might see some interesting things, because yesterday we also saw that Pavin was bringing in some new players that we didn't really see. We saw a Kyle Walker pick here and there as well. Interesting stuff as well in his middle field. He had Sergio Ramos playing in a position where we mostly seen Bellingham most of the time. So I don't know if Alpha's going to come through with that kind of like Nkosi flair that can ultimately lead to him not doing so well like we saw yesterday with Pavin. So yeah, I'm gonna have to give it to them Zanzi man, you know.
6-3, that's a very promising scoreline. Arrow, how do you feel about this? I don't want to score from you. Instead, I want to talk about what Tenno just mentioned here. Some interesting changes that we often see from the Nkosi Super Cup players versus the Umzansi players is not only their team, the players on the pitch itself, but how they play with those players. So what I want to hear from you, how many off-kilter picks are you expecting from Alpha? But more importantly, given that this is practically an Nkosi Super Cup matchup, how many set-piece goals are we going to have? Because that tends to be a specialty out of these players.
We even had one yesterday.
Yeah, we had 2 yesterday, actually.
Yeah, it was wild, man.
Yeah, so yeah, usually when we come down to the Umzansi versus Nkosi, Umzansi always has the experienced players come together. I mean, if you take RukzaTheRuler, who would probably verse, you know, the likes of Masoom, Divac, and he starts to learn that, okay, I can't really have my Sergio Ramos in my midfield, etc. I'm going to go for Bellingham, and we'll grind for Bellingham. So the Nkosi Alpha player may potentially also just have a mix-up of players that we don't usually see. That is because he doesn't have the same experience the Umzansi League players would have going up against A-class players like Beast Bianchi, etc. But on the set-piece goals, I would say we're going to get one from a corner, just one.
Just the one. I mean, unfortunately, as entertaining as several goals are, given the stakes of the competition where we are at the moment, this is the promotion relegation playoff. So if you win, Season 6 is yours in the Umzansi Esports League. If you lose, you still have to go through the proving ground of Nkosi. You don't get an automatic ticket back to the promotion relegation playoffs. You still have to grind the whole season and then still have enough in the tank at the end of it to survive against whoever gets relegated. And it's never easy. These players keep getting better season after season. RukzaTheRuler is a great example of this. Him in the Umzansi Esports League, him now versus how he was before he came into it shows a marked improvement in this player. So we're going to be seeing if that improvement of his can match up against the unbridled desire of a man like DSGAlpha. To find out, though, we have Arrow and Tendo on the mic, and the first game is live. So, gentlemen, take it away, and I'll talk to you right afterwards.
All right, here we go. Of course, there's no way you get a Liverpool tattoo and you don't pull up in the Liverpool kit, right? Like, there's no ways, right? You know?
Exactly.
It would just be unruly, to be honest. And here we go. Off the kick off.
Think about it. This is the second Liverpool fan, if you think about it.
Yeah, right. 2 days in a row. That's kind of interesting.
Pavendrel was one of them yesterday, so quite interesting. RukzaTheRuler with a great interception in the midfield area. This gives him a lot of time and opportunity to get the build-up play in favor for him. Name on to Janola. Salah on the ball, back to Janola right here, controlling the plays. This is exactly what we love to see coming out. It's actually not Rukza, it's going to be Alpha.
It's Alpha coming in with some fire, you know,
Fire.
starting it off. Seeing already a few interesting picks on his side. So we'll have to keep track of that as we continue on through the day. The Prophet Afkraf Hakimi on the side of Rukza, looking to keep things a little bit more controlled. Marcelo's in. Robinho with the shots. That was going to be a stun of a goal, but the keeper just wise to it. So already quite some action of the beginning of the game.
Oh, a bit of a mistake from the fence line. Ronaldinho yet again on the ball. You don't want that man taking another outside shot.
Yeah, he's gotta contain him. He's gonna have to contain him because it's gonna be a problem. Ronaldinho. I mean, look already. He's just opening space. He's got a shot in. It's almost the goal. Okay.
Not what you want coming out from Ronaldinho over there. RukzaTheRuler, definitely same reaction as us. No. But Alpha really hasn't had too much right now. It is still very, very early off of the first half, first leg right here. Good lobby pass right here. RukzaTheRuler going in, continues running, and Marquinhos, the brick man himself, is able to stop that attack.
I actually think we should next season call him the brick man. I actually like that one. It's a good one. Honestly, it's been him at the back line, Chiellini as well, who's kind of fallen out of pick recently. So we'll see. Maybe he'll come into those finals next week. Oh, Ginolas! Hey! To finish it though. OMG.
The amazing goal. We did see an open goal coming out from the Nkosi player yesterday as well, Pavendrew, but then it was Darth Mayhem to answer and continue slapping back against his opponent over there. I mean, the scoreline yesterday was ridiculous. If you guys didn't get to watch that yesterday, it is on the socials of YouTube, on the videos of this. So make sure you guys go and watch that right now. After this, obviously, keep the action glued to your screen right now as we have Rukza running through with Ronaldinho. He is passing quite heavy. Ronaldinho with the shot, but no, Ronaldinho going wide consistently. That was almost an own goal tap in from the defender, but it goes straight onto the goalkeeper's hands.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a problem for Alpha if he doesn't contain that situation of Ronaldinho, but so far it's looking good for him. Salah's a great pick thus far, injecting a lot of life into the pitch. That one is intercepted though, so now there's an opportunity for Rukza to strike back. We'll see if he can. And you said yesterday we kind of had the same situation where Pavan scores first and we're like, oh my gosh, it's happening. Here we go. And then Kosi Super Cup player coming into them, Sanzi. But it's not over yet, guys. It's only 24 minutes in, so there's still a lot to play for here. And we've known Rukza to be a bit of a slow starter, right? He does get scored quite often. He did have the second highest, negative goal difference in the league, but here he is looking good. Hernandez pulling it out. Finally, Ronaldinho finds the goal that he's been searching for. And exactly like I said, we can't count him out just yet. We're just getting warmed up.
We are just getting warmed up. He's about 15 centimeters on that ruler right now, waiting to get to 30. So let's see exactly how that looks like. But that was really composed coming out from the gentleman over there. I was quite frantic about him passing a lot in the box, but it did go in his favor right over there. If it was me, I would have taken the Ronaldinho shot before
Ronaldinho
even getting
is
that
a
pass.
situation right now for Alpha to contain. It's not looking good, honestly, guys. That's a bad pass, though, unfortunately. So now it will be Alpha to recycle the ball. And I mean, if it's all going to be a Ronaldinho show the whole day, what's the best approach of you think, Iro, for him to really contain him?
Honestly, Marquinhos has to be the man marking Ronaldinho over there. If nothing, it's just going to be quite troublesome. A corner right here with Messi goes over to Salah. Salah has been great right here. Unfortunately, he's going to be manhandled and a ball taken away. Now the build-up play comes in. Bale on the run right here. But, will he manage to break through? He does. That pace is coming in. And he is breaking away from his defender. Tries to do a 1-2, and it is going through. Fakir Vieira, Rukza trying to get a pass, but that one's just going to go south onto Alpha right over there. Very slow game compared to yesterday, I have to say.
Yeah, yesterday was a little bit more fast-paced. This one seems a bit more methodical in the approach of attack. Mendy on the ball now for Alpha. And we'll see if this build-up play from the back can lead to anything. Neymar on the pitch. Good to always see Neymar on the pitch. I mean, this season Neymar has not been a go-to pick for a lot of players. So we'll see if that will yield anything for Alpha. Now it's Mbappe, who we've seen lots of this season. Ronaldinho looks cheeky for a shot, but pulls it back. Now it's going to be Hernandez. Marcelo's on the ball, looking for the dribble. The shot in the goal. No, it goes wide. Alisson just touches it enough to send it in for a short corner now. Fekir on the ball. Lots of jerseys inside the box to take a shot in, but it will be defended well. Actually, never mind. Bale's still on it. Bale chips it on in. What is going on? You got to get it out of here, Alpha.
Gotta get it out of here. The pressure is on. It is building up. RukzaTheRuler has been an absolute phenomenal player right here in the first half, keeping composed, getting the goal scored, keeping things tied. But he has a build-up play, maybe just one more attack here left in the first half, and Ronaldinho on the ball, and he gets it in. It is going to go top bins in that one over there. Ronaldinho, 2 goals for the gentleman, and yes, it was the last attack for the first half. Good way to end that first half over there on a 1-goal advantage. Now he can continue with that sort of aggressive play that we've been seeing out from him for the past 20-30 minutes odds over there. And it was just that 1 goal we saw from Alpha, but ever since then he has been unresponsive to the plays of Rukza.
Yeah, and I must say, with that unresponsiveness, it's kind of in comparison to yesterday's game where it really felt like Darth and Pavin were kind of neck to neck. I felt like Darth just had that little edge to score a couple more goals for it. But I think we can clearly see here the skill gap is quite large between Alpha and Rukza. And that's why I kept saying, like, Rukza, maybe we give him another season in Umzansi and we'll see something different, right? I mean, if we look at Bobo kind of had a similar thing where he had to come to relegation play or fight for his spot, retain it, and then he kind of just went on an uphill curve from there. Will we see something similar from Rukza if he continues to play like this? Definitely. But first, he has to worry about this game, winning it, keeping it in the bag, and making sure that he can cross the finish line and make it back into the Umzansi Esports League.
Exactly that right over there. Messi on the ball right here. He does have a lot of stamina to work with. Goes over to Hulit. I think Hulit is a new substitute. Not too sure if he was on previously.
No, he was
okay.
Yeah.
So Neymar loses the ball, unfortunately, on the defense. Ronaldinho has been such a great player here for Rukza.
If he gets that one. No, he's good stuff.
Good stuff coming out from Omaquinho. So see, he's the man to stop Ronaldinho right over here.
Yeah, you said it. That it's gonna have to be Marquinhos on the man to make sure that nothing dangerous happens. Alpha's looking good so far in the second half. He's looking to attack a little bit more. Salah's on the ball. Can he get contained? Well, penalty! Okay, I don't trust penalties, to be honest with you. Like, FIFA players and penalties, it's never 100%, but Neymar's running it up. Will he find it? The tippy toes, the shot in, the goal in.
It is a set piece.
Leveled up.
1 goal from a set piece over the penalty. So
you called it.
Let's see if that's the only one. But right here, right now, Alpha has brought it back in play, guys. It is 2-2. Still, first leg is a best of 2. So much time is on our hands between these two gentlemen right here. And it is going to be very calculated play right now for Rukza. He does not want to lose the opportunity of this. And from kickoff, Mbappe looking really good. It goes through so many. Mbappe doing the nasty right over there. Goes through the entire defense line with such amazing skill and then just chips the goalkeeper. No time to react, nothing to do there. What an amazing goal. That is highlighted right over there.
Yeah, it's exactly that skill gap that I was talking about. Like, yeah, Alpha's getting the goals in to kind of keep it level at that point, right? But it was a penalty, so just a bit of a misplay coming in from Rukza. But in terms of control of the game, it's definitely Rukza who's in it the most. How has he got control of the ball over there? Fekir, chip shot, Ronaldinho, the shot in. Thank goodness for Alisson.
Great placement. Great placement from Alpha, though. He did move Alisson into that position. That was quick reaction coming out from Alpha right now. And maybe that could potentially change things around. Messi running down on the wing. He does pass it through so much players in the box right over here. But it goes in for skill. And Militao, who has also been quite a good pick for some of the players over this weekend right here, has been holding it down in the defense line. But it's Rukza, unfortunately, just a missed pass over there. And we're back onto the ball for Alpha.
I think the two picks that are drawing my attention, besides Ronaldinho, obviously, Marcelo's injecting a lot of pace for.
Okay.
Okay.
A little bit of a clapback because that is a lobby goal as well.
Yeah, that he just kind of strolled into the post. Don't know what's going on with Rukza, but all right, we're leveled up again, and kind of similar scenes like from yesterday, where it's just goal after goal. It's a back and forth. You have to keep your eyes on the screen, guys, or you will miss it. But yeah, Marcelo's been injecting some pace into the pitch. Cafu as well on the side for Alpha has been a bit interesting there in the back lines. That's a lovely ball in. Bale could be dangerous if it's not contained. It will be contained nicely there by the defender.
Good to keep it in as well.
Yeah, it's hard to really call who will come up on top. At least in this first leg, I don't know who would win because the time is dwindling now.
Time is dwindling, and we're almost onto your prediction in a sense as well, because we had that 3-goal mark, but who goes to 6 is the question. Very close from Alpha to start to break away from Rukza right here and right now build up play. Bale, he needs his players to run up front, so spending a lot of time. Oh, that is going to be clean, but it is going to be offside, and some of the tactic changes coming in right now. But who do you think would be coming on for one of these plays?
I don't know. It's difficult because they also just have these weird picks that we're not really used to seeing during the regular season. So they might really bring anybody on who they feel is equipped to their play style. And we'll see exactly who Mane is coming in for Fakir. That's gonna be quite hectic.
Natale as well for Hullet. Marcelo for
Marcelo's coming in.
Nice.
Yeah, I saw Marcelo. Obviously, like I said, injecting a lot of pace into the attack even for Rukza. So maybe he's taking a page out of the book of the Umzansi player.
Ooh.
We'll see how this goes. That's a nice little ball in. Finds the space. Hakimi on it with a couple of jerseys in front of him for an option. Lobs it in. The keeper's down. The shot is in. Bale gets the goal. And that'll be Rukza up.
Rukza up. And all those substitutions coming in for the individual Alpha just not really coming to play just yet. If Rukza can just score another goal here in the first leg, he would be far much more happier with that. But these 1-goal leads aren't really working because Alpha is showing as well that in Corsi, Flair is coming in with a lot of his own goals as well. But we are seeing some fire build-ups coming in, and he is so aggressive right now coming out from Rukza. Mane on the ball, looking really good. Bale. It's got a lot of open space here, and Ronaldinho, sends the player going down, but nothing.
I have to say, I've watched a lot of Umzansi, Esports League FIFA, hosted by Nordwind Gaming, of course, ladies and gentlemen. And Rukza has to be really one of the most talented players when it comes to skills. There was a time when Bobong was kind of playing the same style where he had a lot of skill moves, but then he kind of locked it down to just be a little bit more clinical the way we know him now.
No.
Shot in, goes wide, so nothing to worry about. Oh, it's going for the corner. Will be played short, maybe something, but nothing really. But yeah, Rukza is just on the skills, dude. Every time I'm watching a RukzaTheRuler game, he is skilling out of his mind. It doesn't matter who the opponent is. He is just trying to, get the best of you with these skill moves. So I wonder if that's something that he's going to keep in his gameplay moving into the next season or et cetera, et cetera. But it's really giving him an edge over, at least in an opposition like this.
Yeah, no, it is. And it's those composed moments that also gets your opponent off guard because, who does that in the box? Who thinks of, let me do 1 and 2, and then all of a sudden you lobby goal, and it's like amazing. But he is playing a little bit like Young Savage, wouldn't you agree? Like Young Savage is also all about
peak Young Savage. Dude.
Yeah,
peak Young Savage.
I
Because
get
Young Savage this season has been ish. He's still in the league, guys. Don't worry. So you'll see him next season, but not in playoffs, obviously. But yeah, I would agree. Like Young Savage also right in the beginning. It's almost funny. Like the Nkosi players come in with a lot of skill moves most of the time. And then once they verse the big dogs and they see that they ain't using any of those fancy tricks, they're like, all right, well, I have to maybe tie down more on my defense, my attack, and not try be so fancy, rather be a little bit more clinical.
Yeah, exactly that. But Rukza, it's working out for him. He's looking very good right here in the first leg with only a 1 goal lead, if I'm not mistaken. We did get a goal scoring opportunity, but Messi unfortunately just couldn't get it past through the goalkeeper over there. Went in for a corner, but that is an intense 4-3 first leg.
Yeah, very intense first leg. If I'm Alpha, I wouldn't say the game has run away from him just yet. Like I said, Rukza does have that extra edge right now that's keeping him in the lead. And I think if Alpha can kind of just contain that situation, I mean, Ronaldinho basically went uncontained for the whole match, pretty much. He was still very troublesome even towards the end. Not as troublesome as the first half, but if Alpha can find a way to contain that, he should be fine coming into this next leg. You should look for the first goal again. So at least to tie it up, keep it at 4-4, and then, they can kind of skirmish in between that. But if I feel like Rukza finds this next goal, then it'll just be Alpha chasing for a majority of it.
Exactly that over there. But yeah, it's football for you. It's FIFA exactly. So I mean, anything is going to be unpredictable right now. But I think we got the second leg on the way. So let's get straight into that.
Straight into it, we will. This is the Umzansi Esports League Season 5, ladies and gentlemen. Season 6 is coming soon. Obviously hosted by Nodwin Gaming Africa. Make sure you go check out the website, all the socials as well. Their Twitter game, be strong. Their Instagram game, stronger. And these games are fire right now, as Alpha is looking to make a comeback to try secure a position into the next season, to play with the big boys, stop playing the weekly cash cups, and maybe an opportunity here, but the defense looking good.
Oh, Messi could have gotten that one. Unfortunately, it does slip through his legs, and that means Rukza now on the attack. Ronaldinho, who was quite a mess for Alpha, unfortunately, all those goals scored. But Rukza looking really tight right here, guys. It's only 5 minutes of the time, but a goal right now would mean a lot of mentality unstabilized for the individual. But oh, what a block coming in.
What a block. What a leg in, honestly.
Yeah.
Hello? Hey. Those are not things we like to see. Pulling the keeper out like that, and then the ball goes out. I mean, a bit of a misplay there, maybe a little bit of pressure that Alpha is feeling. And now it gives Rukza an opportunity to get this build-up play.
Does. The more ball possession a player has, the more he does damage in terms of pressure, attacks, etc. So you don't want to be too reckless. But coming out right now is just these two players going back and forth. We also do have a strategic pause maybe coming in just anytime soon. But it's still on to Rukza right here. He may still have the ball. No, Hulet really keeping strong. Marcelo trying to get in on action as well. Unfortunately, goes down to the hands of Allison.
Yeah, Allison.
Oh.
I mean, I guess we can get our changes in now. I mean, but as I was about to say, Allison has been pretty good for Alpha. Has stopped quite a number of opportunities that it would have really been detrimental to how the situation is. But for now, it's still manageable. Alpha just needs to fix these mistakes because he's made it quite a few in the beginning of this leg. So, I mean, only 30 minutes in, so he has the time. But if Rukza's on the ball as much as he is right now, it's going to be really dangerous. Vieira to Marcelo, some options in front of him, a lot of options as well. Marcelo looking for the cross in, but Militao will send it out for a corner.
It is also going to go short, and then maybe Fekir from here onto Ronaldo. Unfortunately not. It is Hernandez trying to take an outside ball shot, goes over across to Ronaldinho, but he does still have the ball possession. Bale does make it in. Ooh, almost with some crazy skill right over there, but Cancelo on his top of his game right now. Fekir back to Hakimi, and it's just a build-up play right here. Vieira trying to see an opportunity. There is players in the box right here ready for the attack, but I like how Alpha is trying to cut off some of these passing plays, and we can see exactly how that's come into play.
Yeah, it's not really, time to relax for Rukza as well, especially with how well Alpha has adapted to the situation. If Alpha can find this goal in, then we've really got a game on our hands. And again, we go back to the championship rules where if it ends as a draw, we're going to have to keep on going until there is a winner. There is, no 1 point, there's no draws in this situation. Alpha's looking strong in the box, looking to find a little bit of a gap to work with. Salah can't find it. Allison will send it back out, and now it'll be Rukza on the ball to maybe find this goal that he so desperately needs to get that cushion to be comfortable in this leg. And there's some options in front of him. Bale's on the ball, but he's being defended quite well over here. Militao has been a pillar so far for Alpha.
He has indeed. He has honestly been the Marquinhos for Rukza right over there. But now Neymar on the run. Oh, Salah with the chip. Oh, Alisson to keep things in lead for Rukza right over there. He's still on ball possession. Back to Neymar right here. Neymar with the shot, and that goes low ball into the goal. It is 4-4, ladies and gentlemen, on aggregate score. That should have been a goal from beginning, but at least it still counts with an aggressive counter or play over there.
Yeah, and now you can feel it. The tension is starting to become a little bit more on both sides. Yes, Rukza, we've been saying he's had a little bit more of the edge to be in this game, but a draw is a draw at the end of the day. It's not like he's in the lead anymore. So now he really needs to make sure that he fixes his defense, which has been the problem the whole season as well, right? I think Rukza's been good on the offense. Yes, he needs to fix up a couple of his finishing. And, Snares also mentioned it once or twice that if he had just a little bit extra better finishing, he would be such a great player. But he's also lacking quite a lot on his defense when he just crumbles all of a sudden. So we'll see if Rukza can make it back. Or this might be it for him on the big screen, right? No more games in Umzansi, hardly any broadcasts in Nkosi. So he's got to really give it his all over here.
Exactly that. And Ronaldinho is doing that. Oh, great placement coming out from Alisson. Yet again, we are seeing the goalkeeper placement from Alpha being so superb, really juicy. And that is what is needed to keep things tied right over here. But Ronaldinho was in a best position to get the goal over there. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, he really was in a great position, but yeah, it's just better positioning from Allison, I guess, Yeah, be careful there, Rukza. Send that one back. Give it to Allison.
Oh.
Okay, whoa.
No.
Okay, that would have been a nightmare situation, but it thankfully sort of avoided, There's a big run down the middle over there. Maybe he's seen it. He'll pass it to Bale. The defenders are not tracking back well, but Alisson in a great position once again. And he is still alive. He's still kicking here, Alpha. He's fighting for his very life. And I mean, a much more level match compared to yesterday. Darth really had control of yesterday's game, but yeah, Rukza, he's struggling. Like, he's got the potential to win it, to close it off, but Alpha is, strolling behind. He's just keeping up.
He is just keeping up right over here. Alpha needs to be more composed on these passing in order to find himself getting closer to that goal-scoring opportunity. Mendy on the ball. He can get a pass in if needed. Neymar. Unfortunately, it's not composed, but still on ball possession. And we saw sort of similar situation where he was on ball possession, but that is the last attack for the first half. And things are still tied right over here. And we may potentially go into that extra time the way things are playing off right now. But there's still a full 45-minute second half. What could potentially go into play from what you've seen from the first half right here?
We might see another penalty at this rate, honestly, man. Especially if Rukza doesn't clean up his backline, it might force him to make an error very soon. And I mean, talk about two worlds colliding here, ladies and gentlemen. It's Nkosi versus Umzansi, but the Umzansi player looks like an Nkosi player, and the Nkosi player looks like an Umzansi player. Just the way that Alpha is playing, so, calculated, so calm. There's nothing fancy about the way he's playing. He's just trying to get the job done, which is what we often see from the likes of Masum, etc., inside the regular season of Umzansi. And Rukza's out here bringing that new flair here and there with these fancy moves, but it's not really helping him out right now. He's going to have to be a little bit more precise, a little bit more concise, as he looks to get the dub in this second leg. And Okay, not as much space as I
Ooh.
thought, but the cross in!
Whoa!
Oh, Alisson! What?
How has Alisson kept the life of the dream away here for Alpha? Like, what a fantastic save and a counter attack potentially in play, but he just runs it off over to a goal kick. But Alpha, Alisson right over there, that has been so superb. I mean, 3 goal scoring opportunities, I think, saved right now, and would have been clear scores for Rukza if you think about it.
Yeah, Rukza needs to start capitalizing because it's starting to run away from him. You know, if he doesn't solidify at least another goal in these next 15 minutes of play, maybe even 20, then we could be looking at that situation where we have to go into extra time, etc., etc. And you don't want to be in those positions. You know, you're just under so much pressure, if not already, to try and qualify back into this one, you know. And it's tough when you have that second game like day, right? Because the first game day, let's say Darth didn't make it yesterday, it wouldn't have been so bad if Rukza didn't make it today. It would have been like, then Kosi players were up, you know what I'm saying? But now that Darth, the lowest in the league, has made it back into it, you have something to prove as Rukza. You can't be going out and maybe this is in, Mbappe's in, but Gullit just there to snatch it away from him.
Snatch it away. Now Salah and his colleagues can make the attack over here, but unfortunately Militao has been great for Rukza. Now just a build-up play for Salah, keeping it composed, waiting for the right opportunity for players to break, but unfortunately that pass is going to be intercepted. Really great from Rukza right now.
Not the best of passes, honestly. We'll see what Rukza can do. Trying to pull it back, build up the play, send a few numbers forward as well to break down the defense. But that defensive wall is looking quite strong for the likes of Alpha. Let's see what can happen here. It's Dybala's on the ball to Bale. Bale can't get past the defender. Snatched from his feet. And it's still level peggy here.
It is. And we are 60 minutes in right now. But something could potentially break through from this. But both players are really putting all their might into the defense, because that has been really highlighted quite a number of times. What a tackle, but unfortunately still on ball possession for Rukza. It is. He's playing all the way at the back lines, trying to get something built up right over here. Vera can get a pass back to Dybala. Oh, dribbling. Getting them skills, and you definitely see it a lot. Oh, Ronaldo's open. Ronaldo's open. It is a goal. Yeah. Ronaldo was clear in the open. It is his time. It is his shine. But right over there, Ronaldo was very open. Very terrible defending coming out from Alpha in that position. And now Rukza has taken the lead yet again. But it's just the one goal that's needed in order for Alpha to keep things alive for himself, fighting to the very end. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, and if history repeats itself, we all know that means that Alpha is likely to score a goal and level it up. But we'll just have to wait and see if that happens. He's still unable to close out Ronaldinho, and it's just been such a problem for him. These passes from Rukza, though, I don't know. Some of them are a little bit weird. Some of them, I don't know if he's really calculating or he's just like looking at the mini-map and he's like, oh, well, there's a player there. I can quickly pass.
Yeah.
But build-up play like that, like, you know, I don't know, man. It's not really something you'd expect to see from someone that spent 7 weeks fighting the gauntlet in Umzansi, you know, to get all of the experience that we keep talking about. But now he's in the opportunity. Hey, yeah, ref. Yeah, thank you, ref.
That was a bit heavy coming out from Alpha, but it is a free kick right now. We did see an amazing free kick coming out from Darth Mayhem. Not one, but two. Messi and Messi. So that was a really great plays coming out from the two players yesterday. Well, that there, ladies and gentlemen, was actually far more aggressive goal scoring opportunities. I mean, we looked at the total score. I think it was 9-6, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was 7-5 yesterday, wasn't it? Yesterday.
Anyways, it was hectic.
Yeah, like I said, after this one, after the entire day, you can go back, watch that game of FIFA. It was a great one, honestly. Sending Darth back in to the Umzansi Esports League, but now he's a fellow partner in crime.
Eish.
Nah, not there. Not happening. But he still got possession. Maybe he can find something here. Hernandez on the ball. There's not that many options for him in front, so decides to take it back. Dybala on it. Oh, the pass on the wing, just missed time, doesn't get it. So now he has to keep on tracking back. We'll see. There's so many defenders in front. Can he break through this? He really just needs this extra goal to solidify it. Here's Ronaldinho once again in a dangerous spot, but Marquinhos there to stop it all. Ooh, the slide tackle. Mistimed, and now Ronaldinho's in. The shot in. RukzaTheRuler making a mark.
He has put it in stone right over here. 2-goal leads. I think now he's in a comfortable position when it comes to the opponent. Alpha, he's definitely nailed this one in. But there's 14 minutes of normal time right here. He keeps it in, but that goes into possession of Alpha. Alpha with Salah. Salah with Messi.
What?
Messi, Cara Messi. Messi. One more goal needed. I don't know what happened, but there was a Messi goal, if you understand what I'm saying right there. But that was beautiful either way. Oh. It's not looking good.
It's not looking good because now he can maybe come back in here. He's Neymar. Neymar chips it over. Messi won't get it. It's going to be Hernandez there. The height there just came in clutch. And now, that ball goes out. It will be a nice little ball in here for Alpha. And now this is when you start sweating bullets because now the time is running out, and the more and more that this man is attacking, the more pressure there is. Salah taking a shot, but too many defenders in front of him. He won't be able to do it. Sends it back to Allison. Now it's time for game management.
No. Allison coming in with the strategic last-minute plays right here, but also Hakimi full on or running on the wing, no defenders whatsoever over there. And he takes in across
what a pass!
What? Wait, I'm so confused.
I genuinely thought it was in as well, to be honest with you. That was they both queued up for a pause. They're like, nah.
You have no pause.
I ain't having any of that. Last few minutes here, guys, and it's intense. I mean, Rukza is leading. As it stands, Rukza still back inside the Umzansi Esports League. But just one goal for Alpha. He can extend this journey. But, I mean, the time is gone, Iro.
Time is gone, but we say that, and there is maybe just one last opportunity. Alpha, with toes and fingers crossed right now, as he goes in for his final potential attack. So many white kit players at the back right here to keep things alive, but it's Salah in the box, hoping for a penalty. 91-minute right here. Salah right now. Mendy, back to Salah. On to Gilson, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Rukza stays in the lead with the 1-goal advantage, and Alpha definitely being Hawk right now and smashing things up because that was the final moment he needed in order to keep things alive for him and the dream. But unfortunately, it is all over.
It is indeed all over. The journey is done for Alpha. He will be consigned back into the Nkosi Super Cup for Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League. But our boy Rukza has returned, gone all the way back up, and he has now claimed the final remaining slot in the top 8 of the Umzansi Esports League. It was close though, Tendo. This was much closer than I think Rukza is comfortable with. And it really did feel at points like Alpha actually was in a position where he was going to be the one to make that forward spring. You mentioned on the broadcast that he was playing like an Umzansi player. First while we saw Rukza sort of looking like an Nkosi Super Cup upstart. But it's Rukza that takes the dub at the end. What do you think went wrong for our boy Alpha here? Why couldn't he just get a little bit over the finish line?
Yeah, I think it's just the intensity of his attacks were just not, he didn't inject as much pace into them as he really needed to, because that's, I think, what's caught Rukza off guard most of the season. And I mean, even if we look at the one game that Rukza won during the regular season against Darth, it was a close one. He only won by 1 goal, just like, what's happening over here. So Rukza really has that problem to fix coming into the next season, that once the intensity is kicked up, he finds it hard to defend. So it's unlucky for Alpha. I was liking what I was seeing from him. He was really calm. He was collected in this kind of play that he was doing, but just not enough to stretch it over the line.
Absolutely. Alpha regrettably going down with 1 goal in favor of RukzaTheRuler, 6-5 on total aggregate score. Arrow, there was a moment that I saw in this game, right? The second goal that RukzaTheRuler scored in the second leg. Honestly, that goal should not have happened. If Alpha was a bit cleaner with his defense, we probably are still here. We're probably still going the distance to try and figure out a winner. Talk to me about this, right? Why do you think it is the case that outside of Bobo Beast and Young Savage to some extent, we haven't actually seen any of the Nkosi Super Cup players being able to level up their defense to the necessary level? Why do you think that is? Like, despite the fact that we see them getting better and better with flair moves, better and better with skill moves, better and better with scoring some outlandish goals, as we saw in this game, for some reason the defense is not keeping pace with that offensive mindset. What do you think they can do to try and fix that issue for themselves?
I think maybe begin to focus on that. You know, you may look at a player like Rooks or a player like Darth Mayhem who get a lot of goal difference against them. Their focus point is now, damn, I need to score more goals. But maybe it is, I need to focus more on my defense and trying to control the ball a lot more. I mean, the passing coming out from the individual Alpha, he did lose the ball like what, 4 times. There was four throw-ins to Rooks over there. That there is already an indication of a misconception about his passing. He needs to then work on that and develop on his passing going forward, because that was the issue we saw from him. But other than that, he tried to keep that wall solidified as much as he could. It was just at some points the midline wasn't really too strong, and Ronaldinho just went through.
Well, as it stands right now, Alpha, I hope you are listening, good sir, for some of the advice being given for free at this point by the man, Aero OG, and everybody at home to give some love and some plaudits towards what he's done tonight. Please go ahead and follow him at Aero OG on the Twitter spaces. Tendo Plays as well also deserves some love at Tendo Plays. And of course, this year, the Umzansi Esports League Season 5 promotion relegation playoffs. So I think everybody who's been involved deserves some love. So go ahead to at Nodwin Gaming Africa to deploy said love at home. As it stands right now, RukzaTheRuler back in the Umzansi Esports League. Darth Mayhem back in as well. So we have our contingent of FIFA players for Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League. We still, though, need to find out who's going to be participating from the PUBG mobile side of things. But with that, we are going to be pushing to a short break. And when we return, we leave the pitch of football, get into the maps of PUBG, and see who will be joining us for Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. My name is Snare. We've been joined by Aero and Tendo for FIFA. We'll be back just now for some PUBG, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Umzansi Esports League promotion relegation playoffs, where we are going to be determining who are going to be the 8 teams joining us in Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League, as there are some vacant spots available for whoever comes out of these qualifiers in the right spot. Of course, we're going to be having the 4 maps of the evening, and at the very end of proceedings, we will know for certain who the 8 teams are joining us in the next season of the greatest showcase of African esports on the planet, brought to you, of course, by Nodwin Gaming. My name is Sneh, and I'm going to be joined now by Actfire as well as Patchy. Gentlemen, it's been a very long journey. This is technically the 9th, 10th week that we've been doing it right now. The Nkosi Super Cup have also been playing throughout the entire time, so they've been pruning and improving their skills up there. Patchy, it's always an interesting and engaging matchup when we do have these kind of scenarios. Umzansi teams who've fallen down by the wayside versus Nkosi teams who are very ascendant. And usually when this ends up happening, we have a massive shuffle of who goes into the 6th season. So how are you feeling in general, good sir? And what do you think the day's action is going to be bringing us this evening?
Yeah, well, I'm feeling great. I mean, I'm really excited to see who is actually going to be making up into the next season because, especially for those of us who've been following the season, for myself and even for you, Sneh, we've been watching a lot of teams in Umzansi, and we saw a lot of teams that were just scratching, trying to get through to the next round, trying to get through through Umzansi, basically, and things just got more and more difficult as the weeks progressed, and we had to watch a couple of teams get sent over to relegations, right? So we've got teams that are right now in our minds, and we're like, these are the teams that are going to be trying really hard to get back into the season. Like, they want to get back into Umzansi. Like, they have that drive. And then, of course, we've seen a couple of Nkosi teams. I myself have watched a few of those Nkosi games, been on them, and we've seen some of those guys trying absolutely insanely hard to make things work and get to the top of that leaderboard, to get themselves up into the promotions. And we've seen some really phenomenal plays. So we've got 2 clashes, right, happening of 2 ginormous willpowers between the Umzansi teams that are like, no, we're not ready to go out just yet. We're going to get back in there. We're going to go into the next season and try our hand again. And then, of course, you have the team, the absolute force coming out of Nkosi, like, we're going to get into Umzansi. We're going to prove our meta. We're going to show our stuff. And I just love that idea because it all comes to a head right now, and we get to see who's going to make it up into the next season.
Damn, Patrick, you should take my job. Let's take a look at what the maps are going to be for this evening, though, where these squads are going to be back to try and get back into the Umzansi Esports League. Well, I say get back for some of them, but several others are going to be trying to get there for the first time ever in their professional playing careers. Of course, the schedule is going to be the same format that we've been utilizing for the playoffs and the semifinals in general for the Umzansi Esports League. We're going to have 4 maps on the card tonight. We've already finished the FIFA side of things, so it's only PUBG Mobile action left for the evening. The very entertaining and engaging thing, once we did introduce the 4-map format, has been seeing how these teams match up on Erangel, since that is the match that we have twice in this evening. Actfire, we saw very specific metas develop in the Umzansi Esports League portion of things. One thing that's always interested me is in just how different segments of the competition develop their own internal ideas of what's the best practice to win, right? Given that we're going to be having a clash of mentalities in this situation, some teams trying to ascend, some teams trying to prevent their descent, what are we going to be seeing happen play-wise once we get into these maps for the evening?
I think the first thing that we're going to see, like we did see yesterday and day before yesterday, is that teams are going to try to be cautious in the first game. They're going to go for a lot of placement points because remember they're trying to qualify onto the Umzansi right now. But you do have some teams that were notorious for getting a lot of early kills in their first match, which is the guys like Cryptics, guys like ATL Magicians. Those guys are going to go around and try to farm the kills because Cryptics was absolutely devastating when they played their first matchup. So we'll see how things build up, but the majority of teams will be going in for those placement points.
Placement points certainly is a big factor here in the promotion relegation playoffs. The rationale and the logic of how you play these games are very different from when you're in the normal portion of the Umzansi Esports League. Here it's about not necessarily winning, but making sure that you survive the drop itself. Of course, Patchy, some of the teams that we are going to be talking about are teams that got themselves relegated. 10X Africa in particular didn't necessarily have the greatest outing when they were in the normal league play of things. However, being in a situation where you're playing against the best of the best week in, week out is going to confer an advantage towards them that sides like Cryptics, ATL Magicians, For Somali Boys simply will not have. Is it going to matter though? Because that advantage isn't going to be determinative, but do they have a slight leg up because of it?
You know, I think that when it comes to this promotion relegational series, it's definitely a bit of a clash of mentalities, clash of ideas. So, of course, any edge that can be in your favor is going to work. You know, if you can use it. You know, for instance, you were talking about the difference in styles that we could expect from the teams, and I think that if you're a team that knows how you play, if you know how it is that your team thrives, then that is something that can work to your advantage. You know, even though you may not be playing against teams that necessarily play into the same metas as you or play into the same styles as you. You know, if you know, for instance, that you're a really great aggressive team, you know how to take some good fights, go look for those opportunities because they are going to be there. You know, it's not like this is suddenly just a place where none of the experience matters, where suddenly nothing is the same. You know, this is still PUBG. This is still the same game, and at the end of the day, the styles that you're going to see are not going to be so different that you're just completely out of your depth. These teams have proven that they are not. They're not just here by fluke, by mistake. You know, they're here because they worked hard to get here. They're here because they know how to play. And at the end of the day, if they have to do a little bit of adapting on the fly, a little bit of dynamic decision making, they'll be able to do it. They'll be able to change, and the ones that won't make it through.
Yep. I mean, we have several of these squads that haven't been able to make it through the Umzansi Esports League. That's why they've dropped down to this portion. However, remember, getting to the Umzansi Esports League, not only do you have to survive this kind of promotion relegation qualifier, so teams like your Killer Is from Mars have been through this before, but you also have to go through the rigorous gauntlet of the Nkosi Super Cup. Participating week in, week out, when it doesn't feel like the most prestigious event ever, is actually quite difficult. So these teams know what it takes to be able to win. As Patchy mentioned, they're not here by hook, by crook, but here by skill. Will be very entertaining to see who will still be remaining at the end of the day, though. And as we're looking at these last squads here, Akfire, I want to hear from you. Obviously, I have not been with you all on air for the entirety of this weekend. So tell me, which squads should we be watching out for today? Which squads do you think will not survive the drop? And who do you think is going to be the team that's really the most impressive and that looks like properly Umzansi Esports League not champions, but certainly proper participants so far?
Well, I think I can only mention the squads that I really believe are going to make it all the way through. I think Magicians are one of them. I definitely would be surprised if they don't make it all the way across. I think another clan definitely will be Cryptics. Obviously, I think Sidemen, Navi and Sidemen didn't actually do quite well yesterday, but I think that will motivate them to try to perform a lot better today, because yesterday's lobby was absolutely outstanding, and things were really tight. So maybe today might be a bit different for them, but definitely Cryptics and Magicians, I do certainly think I will be seeing them in the next Umzansi.
With the Actfire Caster's blessing being conferred for this opening map, we're going to get straight into the action. Erangel for this day, for the final time, gentlemen. Take it away here in the promotion relegation playoffs. We have Patchy, we have Actfire, we have PUBG. So I'll talk to you afterwards.
Thank you so much, Snare. Let us open up the final game, or the final day, should I say, the final set of games for the promotion relegational series. These teams have done absolute insane work to get here. The players coming out of the Nkosi Super Cup, having done weeks and weeks of grinding to be here. And of course, the players over in the Umzansi Esports League, having gone through all of those groups, all of those semis, potentially to find where they were looking for, to find what they were looking for. And unfortunately, it didn't come through, and that's a hard pill to swallow. But I'll tell you what's going to be a more difficult pill to swallow is if they don't make it through here. And so the teams are going to want to get themselves good and go in as quickly as they can, and they're going to want to find as many points as possible. This is the final day to make it happen. These groups are going to be clashing for the ultimate victory that is promoting up to the next season of the Umzansi Esports League. And we are here on our first map, that bread and butter Erangel map, with a very nice zone over there towards the east. And well, that's it, Actfire. Let's talk about what the teams are going to be doing here. You've already mentioned that you're expecting the Magicians to make it up. Do you think there's a couple other teams that we can expect to put on a performance here worthy of moving up into the Umzansi Esports League?
Yeah, definitely think so. There are a lot of teams. I haven't mentioned a lot of them, but there's also the outsiders. There's Patchy, you need to have seen the action that happened the other day and how it was so crazy coming in from Cryptics. But there were other stories to tell. There was the four Somalian boys, who took out the cryptids in Miramar quite early on. Like everybody thought that cryptics was going to take them out, but all of a sudden, boom! The four Somalian boys just came out with this incredible performance, and they took them out. Then the next game, it's like cryptics were absolutely just angry, like they came in with this fire, and then they got 20 kills. Pachi, they got 20 kills
Oof.
the next game, man. It was outstanding. And the thing to note in that game was there was a period where the boys from Outsiders were staying like on this hill, in very close to military base, that's almost impossible to push for any team. They wiped Outsiders like in a few minutes. Like for me, you could even count down to 1 minute, and Outsiders were gone. I was just like it's not that Outsiders didn't play well. It's just does that. Cryptids just felt like they were angry. Like they were in this beast hulk mode. So if they get into that again, then they might be able to storm the lobby. So that's why you cannot rule out critics. But guys like Magicians, steady, consistent performances. Somalian boys as well. There's also the Outsiders who were able to pull a winner chicken dinner. So it's a very crazy one right here. There's also the boys from Navi who haven't shown like really good performances, but throughout the entire Inconsi patchy, they've been good. But all of a sudden, yesterday they were nowhere to be found. Then there's also sidemen who have Nefmi. Nefmi is a very popular, experienced player coming in from the days from Gun. Um, but they weren't also able to perform yesterday as well. Other teams like Active Gaming, Citizens, Raptors just breezed through them. And for an Umzansi team, you'll be expecting a lot more. But let's see how it goes today. I mean, it's a very interesting, exciting story, and I don't think I've ever seen a promotion relegation that has been this exciting.
Yeah, it just gets absolutely more and more insane. Every season, the teams just become better and better. We have seen the caliber of these teams increase so exponentially over time. It is just crazy to see. It's amazing to watch. And truly, right here, we have the cream of the crop. We have the guys that are absolutely going to vie for that position in the next season of Umzansi. They want to show what they're made out of. They want to show their stuff and see if they have what it takes for the next season. And certainly, we will find out which of the teams have that fire burning deep within. We'll see if it's going to be Cryptics turning on like they have before in the promo series, or if it's maybe going to be the likes of 10X or potentially outsiders or sidemen. We'll see what happens. Right now, of course, we're just waiting for the teams to get busy. We are in our first zone, still moving in towards zone number 2. We've had a few minutes to loot up the teams, getting themselves ready and mobile in those vehicles. They've got some nice loot going, and of course, some bullets in the pocket in case of those engagements, ready to make things happen. The question is, who's going to be the first to fall? Because, I mean, you never really want to be the first to fall on a map like this, in a game like this, when everything is on the line. It's very demotivating to be that first team to fall. So
Yeah.
everyone's just going to try and stay alive.
Yeah, it's a very tough one for a lot of these teams. 10X is one of those teams as well that I mean, the performances have been here and there. They've shown glimpses of, being, a clan that has what it takes. I just think that it has just been, confidence for them. But we're already seeing some action going down right there between the boys from CLS and Mars. Everybody has had, even Viper was saying yesterday that Mars is one of those clans that, with Turbo, they do have the ability to be able to perform really exceptionally. And he was mentioning Turbo especially. But here's the thing about squads who have one exceptional player. If he's on his off day, then boom, all of a sudden the clan isn't playing so well, right? If your gameplay is built around, one person who was popping off, and yesterday there was Raptors Shiva who was just popping off right there in the game, and boom, I would say that single handedly he helped. Like if you remove his points alone, maybe they don't qualify, Patrick. Like there was a game where he got 7 kills all on his own. Like he was single handedly wiping away squads. So for me, I think that that's the situation for Mars. Like they're in a situation where their best players aren't performing, but we're now beginning to see things going down between Magicians and BBC Patchy.
Yeah, certainly is going to be one of those things where you need your performers to perform. You need your players on point, 100% coming out of everyone, 110% coming out of everyone. You want to make sure that you're not letting your squad down right now. BBCX getting in themselves into a little bit of a position here. You can see that Lion there from the Magicians. A little bit of an angle onto Havoc. Smoke comes down to block off that rotation, and BBCX should be able to get out of there, and indeed they do. Buggies come through. The pickup is done and dusted. I don't think Lion is going to be able to get some damage, but look at that. That's quite a bit. They have to get out there as quickly as possible, and they will. The rotation should be good. The retreat is in. No, Lion with some pinpoint shots actually going to find Havoc. That's a knock. BBCX going to have to turn around and try and go for that res. Havoc a little bit in a position here. The smoke comes down again. Vehicle should be coming back pretty soon. Well, those are some really good annoying shots coming out of Lion, making sure that they don't get out for free. So some nice punishment ideas coming out of Magicians at the moment. And that's a really good mindset to have going into this one. You want to start punishing mistakes, and that is certainly what is going on. A few bullets being exchanged there in the kill feed, but for the moment we move into zone number 2 without dropping any of the teams. 15 teams still remaining here, 58 players left on the board, and it looks like the Magicians are going to be playing a little bit with that blue zone. They don't care too much about the minuscule amount of damage that it does right now.
Ooh, we're seeing some action already beginning to go down. Several different skirmishes already happening. We do see the boys from Outsiders getting into the flow right there. The Outsiders, stepping up on the gameplay and taking out a couple of players right there from Sidemen and Patchy. Sidemen not having quite an interesting day like they would hope. Right there, as they are already getting a couple of the players taken out. I'm not sure what's happening with the boys from Sidemen. They're one of those clans who you expect to do very well, especially having all that experience within their squad, and coming out from the Umzansi, you do hope to see them perform a lot better than they are currently doing. But right here, things are not just going their way. Yesterday they were totally annihilated, and it does look like they might be down to that last guy right here as well. They might be, the first team, to get annihilated in this one. But we'll see how it continues to go, how things, progress. We might be seeing some action coming down between the boys from the Magicians taking on shots onto another team as well. Patchy, what do you think about the Magicians' move so far?
Right now, I'm liking what I'm seeing from the Magicians. They look like they're moving through and looking for some activity around on the map. I saw Lion getting some nice shots in there for the cross for the retreat, making sure to keep weather eye out for some of the teams in surrounding areas. So it looks like they are at least in the mindset of, okay, let's go find something, let's go do something. Let's keep mobile. Let's keep active. I mean, you can see them moving around the map right now, 2-2 apiece. So they've got good separation of the team, not all grouped up together. They've got vehicles. Their mobility is through the roof right now. Their positioning is going to be super, super important for them. It's going to be a high priority for them, which is actually great. You want to make sure that you can pick and choose where you want to go. And when you have that sort of options available to you, things do become a little bit easier to play. And of course, speaking of playing, it's not an easy time for From Mars as the push comes through. Although, a nice push from Aimless. Going to find Manny there. CLS taking one more drop now. Some good shots coming through the smoke. And that is the end for Derry. And that should be the end for the push as well. Nade going out, and that should be the slam dunk that they're looking for. Roach does not stand a chance under this absolute merciless barrage, and indeed the nades will land. The elimination will come through, and Cyclone Shield have been the first team to get taken out into that lobby.
Man, Cyclone Shield not having quite an easy fight in that particular one. They are taking out a couple of guys from Mars, but my goodness, what a performance coming in from Aimless right there, as he did take out, I do believe, 3 players on his own, and he was able to get those knocks and get his team alive and back in that particular one. Lovely gameplay coming in from them, but I do believe that there was a third party helping them, because I see 2 defeats right there for Mars. So it does look like there was a third party coming in from the boys from 10X in that particular fight, and that may have helped them, somehow get back up in that particular fight coming in, with CLS. But yeah, and I do see 10X with 2 defeats as well. So it does look like it was a third party from the boys from 10X. But my goodness, how unlucky is that? When it does look like you're winning a fight, but then the third party just comes and changes everything.
Yeah, and that is the nature of the game. Sometimes you just cannot control those third parties. You just cannot get yourself out of every single position of danger. You know, when you get backed into a corner and somebody shoots you from across the map, but then, you know, it is what it is. You just have to deal with that. Right now, those teams are doing just that. 10X, another team that was in talks for some of the top performances today, had a pretty good performance so far in the PR series. Are they going to be able to find a replication of that performance right now? They're also operating with that nice 2-2 split, the mobility coming through, vehicles being commandeered. All the teams and players, in that team know what to do. They know when to get going, and they certainly will be doing just that. The rotations starting to come through from then. 10X Africa now moving into a more favorable location for themselves. So far, only one team has been sent back to that lobby at the moment. And that means we've still got a lot of chaos still ahead of us. 3 zones deep now as we move in towards zones number 4 and 5. We are starting to look towards the mid-game and the end game. Should be pretty spicy depending on how many teams make it through. Because right now, it doesn't seem like the teams are too keen to die. They just want to stay alive. And they'll take fights if they need to. They'll pick some kills if they can find it. They feel confident enough. But right now, no serious, huge clashes happening on that map.
Yeah, it's very well expected. You know, it's like tiny margins, and you can get eliminated and taken out of the game, and that's the end. You only got 4 games, to make it back. It's unlike when you're playing in the league, and if I have a bad day, or if somehow maybe I'm able to grab a couple of points, then I can still make up for it next week or the week after that. But the thing is if these guys do not qualify in this particular point, it is a whole season of grinding the currency all over again. So most of them are going to try as much as possible to, gather the maximum points they can get. I mean, and what's guaranteed for you is getting. It's either you're going for kills, which is really risky, or getting those placement points. And you can see most of them are deciding, hey, you know what, we're just going to be cautious about the way we move. You can see the boys from Search and Destroy as well as Train to Frag, just holding it out right here. They're not trying to take those risks. Everyone is just within their spots and trying to just take things easy for now. They'll send out some shots, they'll try and get a knock, but they'll only make that push when they're absolutely sure that it is not at risk of them, dying. The goal is to take 4 players into that final zone and maximize your chances of winning.
Yeah. Absolutely right. You want to try and get all of those players into that final zone. You do not want to go in with any weaknesses. You want to go in as strong as possible with as many boons as possible, as many bonuses as possible. And right now, that means taking in players, taking in equipment, taking in all the utilities that you could need, getting a good position, and defending it to the T. And of course, that is what the players have started to look forward to as we move in towards zone number 4, and some shots coming through there from then. I'm going to find the knocks that they were looking for, and a lot of teams going to have to make that rotate once again. You can see Search and Destroy is going to have to step forward across that line, but they're nice and close, which means they could potentially do some gatekeeping if they see fit to do so. Slinger getting a quick peek over the wall there as the teams now turning their attention towards the next zone, towards the next rotation that they're going to have to make to stay safe for the time being. 49 players left on the board here, 14 teams in play. And of course, on your screen here, you can see that nice, juicy level 3 drops there. The level 3 military vest, that level 3 backpack, a nice MG3, and some level 3 helmets and bullets there. Some nice stuff. It's up for grabs if any team wants to come through. It looks like Magicians might be in a position to make that happen. And certainly, if they do make that happen, they could be quite a formidable force. You can see now shots are being exchanged between 10X. Navi also going at it now just a little bit, trying to challenge, trying to find some more points for themselves. Yeah.
All right, so finally we're beginning to see some action coming down between, several different players. We do see the boys from Creatures getting into some action right there. They've gotten themselves 2 kills so far. They've managed to get themselves into that zone. But my goodness, Patchy, we're moving into that 5th zone, and we've only seen one clan getting taken out, and that's the boys from Cyclone Shields. So far, everyone's trying to hold a good spot within that zone right here. We do see the Cryptic boys, just moving around and trying to get into a good position. Your killer is sending in some shots on 1-2, the boys from Outsiders. But my goodness, what a time! What a time! I do believe that this is when we'll start seeing things getting really, really, really scary and dangerous. We're seeing Train to Fans going up against the boys from EXO as well as Gold Diggers. But my goodness, Pachi, it is now that things we still got 14 teams. No one has been lobbied yet, has actually been sent out. But now it does look like we have one clan, Exo Redefined, that has been confirmed and sent back into the lobby, while the action is now beginning to get really, really, really intense.
Yeah, EXO going to be that first team, but they won't be the last team. There are plenty of other teams that need to get taken out here. Plenty of other teams that will be meeting them back in that lobby. But for the time being, we still have yet to decide who those players, who that team is going to be, who's going to be next to fall. Train to Frag, keeping a weather eye out here on YKI. And also it looks like Goldwig is in the back. Certainly attention turned towards Unknown, trying to find a few more shots as the teams do try and cross that channel, do try and make it across safely, which is not the easiest thing to do. You definitely don't want to get caught out in the water here, but right now, Nova got 77. Looks like they want to get into that one. Try and find some nice shots coming in from Mars. That's Turbo putting them in towards Bipolar there from 10X, who's just going to accept his fate over there. Not a great way to make things happen. Gold Diggers, though, going to get eliminated. Of course, Nova keeping a weather eye out, keeping that Overwatch in peak conditions. Some cheeky peeking, although, is being done on the other side. Unknown are going to take some shots in towards Daz. Wonder is going to fall, but not without taking Caramel with him. And now the Outsiders find themselves with a player down, potentially two if they're not careful. And that's a lot of work to do, considering we're still 11 teams deep and 31 players.
When we're about to move into our sixth zone, and we've still got about 31 players right here. We've got about 11 teams, and it's looking really tight. The Outsiders trying the most possible to hold their position, but my goodness, look at this work coming in from the Cryptic boys. We did speak about them putting in the damage right here in this particular lobby, getting really aggressive, and you can see them still holding a full squad so far, and they just took out in quick work the boys from Mars. We'll now be taking a look at getting into that zone as they're currently outside it right now. We'll see if they are able to crash any other clan and take them out, or if they will be taken out while they're making those rotations. But my goodness, what a quick work patchy coming in from the boys from Cryptics in that particular fight.
Yeah, some good stuff coming out from them, showing us why they are a team in contention for some of those top team slots that we were talking about earlier on before we came into the games. And now we're going to continue to watch the teams fight it out. This is Outsiders here, who are down a player, perhaps trying to assert themselves here on the map, though. And speaking of TF2, actually T2F, should I say, getting pushed here. That's Navi in an intense battle with them. Speed going to get taken down. He falls into the water. That is basically the doom of that player there. He's going to be totally exposed in that position. Nova on the backside, trying to find something. Seto also going to be swimming across, but Navi, they've got the time, they've got the tempo, the shots coming through. Seto, of course, but getting picked up there. Nova desperately trying to find something back, but it's not enough. Navi, absolute powerhouse on the other side of this bridge. They've got all of their players back up and running, healed all the way up. T2F now getting positioned from behind. The push is a bit too strong for them. We're 5 zones deep, so things are getting a little bit tough now. But things are not going to get any easier. Ranil is hiding on the backside there. BBCX trying to keep themselves in this fight, in this particular position. Is not going to be easy. Baba moving slowly across, trying to get that flank onto Speed. For Somalian boys getting eliminated in the meantime. That's some tough fighting happening on the other side of the map. Sidemen also going to get eliminated. This team that we're waiting for to maybe get something done here. Not finding what they were looking for in this match, but it's okay. We've still got a few more left. But Navi certainly finding what they were looking for in the hands, or should I say in the form of T2F, just dropping some players here. Oh, look at that. Pixel has been spotted out by Barber. He knows exactly where Nova is positioned. He just needs to find that spot. But no, Nova finds it first, but the third party just too quick. Navi does get themselves that elimination that they were looking for. And that's another one in the pocket. 4 defeats for them. That's some nice points in their pocket, and they perhaps looking for a little bit more here. No surrounding teams. BBC X with a few players in this direction could find themselves to be the next victims.
Man, I love that play, Pachi, coming in from Baba, just taking that risk, swimming across towards that position and trying as much as possible to take out the boys from trying to frag. That was an exceptionally lovely gameplay coming in right there. Better performances than the last one seen from the boys from Navi, trying as much as possible to, get into that top 5 region right now. But we do see the Cryptics just around that edge right there, taking a look at so many different teams across. You got the boys from Navi just underneath that bridge right there. Lazy is still taking out the shots, and Navi right here with 7 teams to go. They got themselves 9 kills right here on this particular one. So many points, but my goodness, take a look at that. As Pintua is just trying to get into the zone right there, and they just keep getting shot down. We're now down to 6 teams right here in this particular one as we'll be moving into that 7 zone. Look at how open things are. Magicians are trying to get into that zone, getting sprayed up by the boys from Cryptics. Oh my goodness, things are really beginning to get tough, but it's looking like the Cryptic boys might be taking this one home as well again, as they're currently sitting down with 11 kills. So many different teams are currently in the water, Apache, and my goodness, what a game this is.
Yeah, this is the chaos that we can expect when we have a river running straight down the center of your final playable zone here. It is just absolute chaos. Now, Magicians exposed just behind that hill. Not very easy to play around. Outside is going to get taken out. So many players caught out in that water that just elimination after elimination as they struggle to swim across, struggle to find their feet on dry ground. But now that they've managed to do it, they find themselves up against another challenge once again. Right up against the clutches of these teams have a foothold on the land right now. Navi still control of the bridge, but the blue zone is going to change that just barely. Sen K is going to get taken down there by her Nud9. Some nice shots coming through from them. Navi continuing to assert their dominance here on this side of the map. They had a good position, but not for much longer. They're going to have to push up over this one. 4 teams remaining. A nice nade goes over the head, but doesn't find the damage it was looking for. Marshall trying to find something as Navi are looking to rush on up the side of this cliff, and indeed, that is their only game plan right now, and they might just get caught out. That nade's going to give away his position. Marshall going for the peak. There's one. Can he find a second? He can, but does get taken down, so the trade does come through, but is it going to be enough? Now Venom has to make the play, and indeed, he is doing exactly that. Look at all those eliminations coming in for Cryptics. This is exactly what we wanted to see out of them. 16 kills so far, and they're looking like they're going to wipe the lobby out. It's them versus the Magicians, essentially, and Lion is looking to try and find something back.
Oh my God, look at those shots coming in right there. Look at that reaction coming in from Venom right there as he just goes on quick succession, taking out a couple of players. You can see him trying as much as possible to take out the boys from Magicians. He's going in for that killer finish, and oh my goodness, he takes out the last player, and this game most likely has gone to the boys from Cryptics. They've got a full squad. The last player right there is Stinger from Search and Destroy, and it's only a matter of time before either they get that final kill or he dies to the water right there.
Yeah, it should come through in no time. He's doing a cheeky heel strat at the bottom of the lake in that vehicle. A little bit of extra cover, a little bit of extra opacity there so that he can't be seen, can't be spotted out. But I think this is definitely very much in the bag at this point. Seek Search and Destroy Slinger will eventually run out of those meds, and well, the Cryptics put that one into the bag very, very nicely. And you yourself said, Akfire, that you were absolutely convinced that Cryptics is a team that you were looking forward to seeing perform really, really well. You said if they switch on, if they could do what they did, they could easily take this one. And right now, well, I mean, that's a great start.
Yeah, definitely a great start right there. Getting themselves 90 kills in that winner chicken dinner. Obviously, 34 points in this particular one. And Cryptics looking like they're going to take this day by the storm, being absolutely amazing and blowing the lobby apart.
Yeah. For sure. Very nice performance coming out of Cryptics. Quite a considerable amount of damage for them there. 19 eliminations for a total of 34 points after that chicken dinner. That's almost 2.5k damage done by that team. And that is very much not only a testament to what can be done with fantastic aggressive plays and very much kills in the pocket, but also a team that can grab that first place position, and a team that is looking like, well, I want to see these guys in the next season of Umzansi.
Well, as much as Patchy has been coming for my job as host, it looks like Axfire has been coming for Patchy's job as the prediction master. He told us about Cryptics, told us to be ready and prepared, and here they come, 34 points in the bag. This is going to be really, really beneficial towards their efforts today to try to get into the top 8 and therefore earn a slot in Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League. Pretty great performance from them. This is also, not only is it a win for them, this 19 eliminations, Axfire, you'll have to correct me on this, but I believe this is actually the most we've seen any single squad do at all in the Umzansi Esports League portion, in the semifinals, even in the Nkosi Super Cup. I don't think we've seen 19 eliminations coming from one squad before. How did they make this happen? Why was nobody else in the lobby able to contest against them?
I think we have. But unfortunately, or fortunately, it is from Cryptics themselves. They got 20 on the first day. They got 20 eliminations. So yes, we have, by other squads, but sorry, we have seen it before, but by Cryptics themselves. So they just didn't beat their own record, which is 20 eliminations.
But wow, 20. So they get 20 on the one day, they get 19 today. Patchy, they seem to be far and away. I don't know how you feel about those, but how they look and how they move, they seem to be not only the most confident team in the lobby, but certainly the most skilled in terms of their executions. What can other squads learn from what Cryptics are doing, and how can they apply these lessons in the short break that we have right now in between there and going into Sanhok? What can they do to learn from the Cryptics before going into the slaughterhouse of Sanhok?
Well, I mean, that's kind of a different question to answer, because, I mean, we're looking at a Cryptics team that is looking like Umzansi material. They're looking like a team that knows what's going on. They know where to be. They know how to execute the fights. They know how to fight very well just on the down low. I mean, they were doing exactly what they needed to do. I'd like to see more from them to actually be able to tell you what it is that they've got, that little key to their success, because I don't really know what it is just yet. But what I can say from what we've seen so far is that clearly they're a team that knows how to find the kills that they're looking for, but they know how to find them in a way where it's not just like, oh, we're going out looking for kills. It's a case of we're going out looking for that advantage. We're looking for an advantageous play, a strategically sound position. We need to get somewhere, and in doing so, we need to find the kills, and they do.
Perfect explanation of exactly how they played. And of course, with these 19 eliminations, I'm very, very certain that one of their players will be heading up the MVP vote for this opening map of Erangel for the evening. This is, of course, the promotion relegation playoffs. So remember that you need to be the team that ends up in the top 8. You need that pole position to get into Season 6. And no surprises here, Axfire. We see 9 eliminations being done by a solitary player here from the Cryptics. This is very, very impressive. It doesn't necessarily rise to the most we've seen out of any individual player, but the thing that makes me very fearful about the squad, we have had several conversations about squads that only have one standout player who's able to pop off like this. But when you watch Cryptics play, you get the sense that the entire squad is capable of posting up these aligned eliminations. This could be anybody on the team. How terrifying is that for the other squads that are in the lobby when they have to note with how high the competitive enterprise is today out of the Cryptics?
Man, it is definitely scary to, be coming up against guys like this with this amount of, confidence. It's been a long time that I saw a team clearly, come into a lobby and be that team to beat. We used to see back in the day when you come into the lobby and G3 or BJE are way better than everyone else. But over time, we started seeing, teams closing that gap. But I think Cryptics have now taken things like a step above again. I think that they're going to be, in the next Umzansi, one of the team to beat. The way I see them playing right here, they are at that top level of the teams right here.
Yep, they are playing really, really well today. And of course, Cryptics, they were rewarded with 34 points, which we'll see reflected in the match rankings for the opening Erangel situation. They are not the only team, though, that find themselves in a better place because of this point tally. 34 points, of course, will put them at the very top of this match rankings because winner, chicken dinner, plus all these eliminations, it's very difficult to try and catch up to them. The intriguing thing is going to be how teams respond to this going into Sanhok, because we've often seen it be the case where the squad that not just wins, but dominates Erangel, sometimes has a bit of trouble acclimating to the more chaotic environment once we get into Sanhok. So when we are going to be looking at these match rankings and seeing exactly what the team's points tally looks like at present, Patchy, let's start talking about points, right? Because that's what this day is all about. Accruing as many points as humanly possible, getting into the top 8, and ensuring that you have a slot in Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. It is very unhealthy, as we've seen in the regular portion of the Umzansi Esports League. It's very unhealthy when one squad is walking away with pretty much all the points, as Cryptics took 34. Behind them, now the Africa ATL Magicians, you have to add their points together to get even close to what the Cryptics are doing. This must be disheartening for the squads at the bottom, because it would be one thing if it's just the case that everyone ahead of you is better. But when one team is hogging all the points, you start feeling very unlucky. You just start feeling like you have this mental block of, oh my God, it's not us being bad. This other squad is just too good. How do squads avoid falling into the temptation trap of just elevating Cryptics in their minds to a godly status and therefore not being able to perform their best in this PUBG Mobile?
Well, I mean, at a point like this, you know, it is absolutely, as you agree, very much unhealthy to see a team that can just walk away like this, in terms of, wow, that really puts the stinger on a lot of the teams that were looking to perform out here, when you have this absolute weed of a team that's just draining the points from the river, you know, taking 34 for themselves. I mean, that's 19 eliminations in their pockets alone, leaving scraps for the rest of the teams to pick up. And it just feels like, you know, everyone's getting outclassed. And basically at this point, if you want to not, you know, if you want to give up, that's the only way that Cryptics gets to that ascended level, you know, because as soon as you place that team in your mind as, oh, well, this is a team, they're just going to walk away with it, they're just going to get everything they want. As soon as that happens, that's when they get to the point where they are basically undefeatable, right? Like, we've seen that happen before. And actually, Akfire alluded to this some time ago when we were looking at the final round of the semifinals. We were talking about some of the sort of presence that eludes from some of the teams, you know, that just exudes from them, where it's like, this is the team, they're just so good, and their actual skill level might have dropped since you last played against them, or since the seasons have changed, or even in the round, the next round. But, you know, because you're giving over so much respect to them, you know, you might just treat them better than they are, you know, if I'm making sense there. So for the other teams, what they're looking to do is go, okay, guys, you know, these guys are performing insane. You know, Cryptics, 34 points, 19 elims, they're doing really, really well. Let's not let that get to us. We're still here to play. We still have the eyes on the prize. You know, that's where you've got to keep the focus. We're just going to do our best. We're going to get in there and absolutely just try as hard as possible to keep going. Because at the end of the day, even if Cryptics continues to walk away with these disgusting levels of points, it doesn't matter if you are still at least performing somewhat decently, because at the end of the day, there are a number of teams that are going to be moving up. It's not one, it's not two. I think it's 8 teams that are moving up to the next season of Umzansi, and so there's still a slot to be had. There's still plenty of slots to be taken, even if Cryptics continue to perform like this. So the mental game just needs to be strong, and you need to just keep doing what you do, keep performing, and keep hammering hard on your strong points.
Patchy is absolutely correct that this is mostly a mental marathon that we are having here in the promotion relegation playoffs, less so than just simply what we see in the upper league of the Umzansi Esports League, where it's all about getting the dubs. Here it's about making sure you can maintain your position in this first page. Cryptics can walk away with however many points they want, but it doesn't really matter to you as long as you end the day in the top 8 and are prepared to be promoted into the Umzansi Esports League proper. The scary thing, though, here, Actfire, is how many of the squads who've been relegated from the Umzansi Esports League find themselves in the bottom page here for the opening map of Erangel. BBCX, 10X Africa, Sidemen, XO Redefined, all of them had to, well, I want to say enjoy, but they had to endure several weeks of play in the Umzansi Esports League. However, even after dropping down to these promotion relegation playoffs, they still find themselves enduring similar struggles that they did in the league itself. So talk to me about this. What is going on with these squads? What can they change before these last 3 maps of the evening, where unfortunately, if they don't make those changes now, there will not be an opportunity to do that until another season of the league?
I think for 10X, I'm not really sure what it is, but there's a confidence that's lacking. When it comes to BBC, we saw some good performances coming from them in, the previous days. So I do think that they might step things up. They have what it takes. Sidemen, I'm not really sure. Their performance has just dipped in you know the past few weeks. Extra redefined. I think they might be able to grind some points out. We'll see how the next couple of games go. But for Sidemen and 10x, they have got to step things up quite quickly. For a lot of people who are even talking about cryptics, even if you look at that first page, a lot of those teams, who are doing well, like Navi now, they had a really tough time yesterday. You understand? Like Navi didn't just have a walk in the park. They were like in the bottom of things. Right there with Sidemen. So you could say the lobby might be easier today, except for cryptics and ATL magicians. So this is the time for these guys to try and grind things out. But we'll see. We'll see how things progress. I don't see cryptics doing showing the same performance like for the rest of the three games. I think other teams are going to step up and show what they're capable of. Let's see how it goes.
I mean, to be fair to the Cryptics, the kind of performance that they've levied for themselves here on the opening map of Erangel is so good that they might not need to put their full foot on the gas pedal anymore. They probably attained enough points to be able to coast a little bit for the rest of the day, especially considering how large the disparity is between themselves and the teams here in this bottom 8. BBCX is 30 points behind them. 10X and Sidemen are 31 points behind them. Cyclone, XO Redefined, FSB are all 33 points behind what they were able to achieve from Cryptics this year. So obviously, for them, they are certainly going to be looking towards this day as a good one for themselves. Not going to be feeling too hard done by how this competition is unfolding. Of course, the competition is only beginning here, Apache. We still have quite a bit more PUBG Mobile for the day to go. And before we move into the Sanhok map, I'm going to very quickly give you a moment to talk to us about what the teams need to do to prepare mentally from going from the madness of Erangel, which is much more structured madness, into the pure chaos of Sanhok, which pretty much has no plan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at this point, you have to start thinking about how you're going to pace yourself on a map like Sanhok. When you're playing through this PR series, you have the decision to make. Are you going to try and play slow? Or are you going to try and get aggressive, right? Obviously, you get a team like, for instance, the Cryptics who seem to have that balance really well done. They're probably going to be looking to do the same thing. But the idea is you want to make sure that you know how you're pacing yourself. You want to know what the game plan is going into Sanhok, because even though Sanhok is a chaotic map, you can't just leave things to chance. As soon as you start leaving the RNG elements, as soon as you just leave it up in the air, things start to happen. We see teams that are absolutely fantastic getting taken out immediately, and teams that, kind of just been sitting around all week, suddenly taking 30 points. So you've got to come in with a plan, and then you've just got to make it work.
Coach Patchy dropping some knowledge on us, and let's hope that these teams are paying attention, as when we return from this small break, we'll be going directly into Sanhok to see if these teams can apply lessons learned over the course of the last 9 weeks. This is the Umzansi Esports League promotion relegation playoffs, and the top 8 teams at the end of the day will go into the Umzansi Esports League Season 6. To find out who that's going to be, we will have more maps on the cards tonight, so don't go anywhere. This is Snare, Patchy, and Actfire for PUBG Mobile, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Umzansi Esports League. The promotion relegation playoffs of this 5th season are very deep in swing right now. We've, of course, already seen our competitors from FIFA 22 guarantee their positions in Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League, so we still need to do the same for our PUBG mobile competitors. And as it stands right now, the top 8 is looking somewhat shaky. The top 3 teams are looking very, very solid after we saw that opening map on Erangel, but the rest of the pack is pretty much up for grabs for any of these squads, so it certainly is anybody's game at this point, especially Patchy, since we are heading into this map of Sanhok. Before we get into it, I asked earlier for Actfire's prediction on who he thinks is going to be a team to watch out for. Coming map, he told us about the Cryptics. He was right. What you got from fam? Maintain your 100% prediction rate. Who do we need to see performing on the Sanhok map?
That's a really good one. I think the Magicians have a pretty good performance rating, pretty much over any of the maps that you can think of. You know, they're a pretty solid team. We were talking about them a little bit earlier. They're a team that can definitely make something happen. So I think if there's a team that I'd like to see step up, it is Magicians, especially since I was expecting them to do a lot better than they did in map number 1. A lot of the points got sucked out by the Cryptex, as we saw. And I think they're a team that can definitely put something down on the board. So I'd like to see the Magicians come through with some spicy performances. And then, of course, looking at some of the other teams, I'd like to see a few of them actually making it a little bit bigger. I think the Sidemen was one of the teams that I think are playing at the moment that we would want to see do a little bit better. I believe Actfire mentioned them, so maybe we'll see them bring something up, because if there's ever a time to just slap in some points where you didn't think you were going to get any, or when a team like Cryptex is running around stealing all your kills, Sanhok's a great way to do that. You can really pull something off. You can pull a fast one, get a few points, and actually, at the end of the day, if you can pull a quick one, you can get some points for yourself. Then you can actually just slide on over through the rest of the games, just consistently put a few more points on the board every single time, and you can still make it up. So
we'll be seeing which one of these squads can make it best by skating over the line, and which one of these squads will be able to just dominate the competition on Sanhok. This is a chaotic map. This is an awesome map to watch. So as we have these incredible casters as well in the form of Actfire and Patchy, we're going to be getting into this map of Sanhok. Before we go though, Actfire, I need you to give a blessing at the very beginning of this game. Let's get into it. It's Sanhok time, baby. It's promotion relegations. Take it away.
All right, I think I'm going to stick. All right, sorry, Pachi. I think I'm going to stick with Pachi on this one. I think I'm going to give that prediction to ATL Magicians, Pachi. I think that...
Are you going to go with me?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with you on this one. I think that Magicians are the guys to go with. I think that their performance is always consistent. They're sort of like G3, the OG G3 when it comes to consistent plays and all that stuff. So I'm going to go with them on this one.
All right. Okay, so we have 2 votes in on the Magicians here to see what they have to offer. I also kind of want to see what the Cryptics have to offer on this particular map, because, we always talk about, when the teams dominate on Erangel and maybe even on Miramar, not so good on the rest, but, we have yet to see the Cryptics really make something happen here. So they're getting into a tussle, getting into a fight. They've already taken down 2 of the Mars players. So they're starting this game off pretty strong. A little bit of a hot drop. They have lost, they've got 1 DNBO player, but the rest of the team is good to go. Mars is very much on the back foot. They are very much split up, and Sigurd too far away really to make anything happen with the team. So right now, Cryptic starting things off really strong. And, you can't count them out just because they performed really well in map number 1. Does not in any way mean they're going to fall short here in map number 2. And so far, they're kind of just looking to continue the ball effect that they started in map number 1.
Man, I feel like that moment that Mars took out that one player from Cryptics, they should Senke. I feel like they should have lobbied him straight up, like just lobby him, just send him back. Do it for the rest, do it for everyone else. Let's send him back into the lobby. But it is what it is. Mars right here in a really tough time, and it's not like they came to Cryptic spots. They usually land a lot of times in boot camp here. And now, unfortunately, they find themselves with the boys from Cryptics, who are now looking to take them out of this particular game. What a time for the boys from Mars right here. Getting sent out quite early on, not having quite a day. Well, my goodness, what a performance coming in from the boys from Mars. Right here now, we see two other clans who were looking to perform a lot better, and this particular one not having, a great time in that first game as, they got slaughtered by the other teams. You do have Sidemed with Hunter right here, and Nefmi and his boys who have not really been able to put in those performances that we do know that they're capable of right here. But we'll see how this one goes. BBC clan that did well. They got themselves a winner chicken dinner on the first day. They were able to get into the game, and Bomb Bomb Star was quite amazing alongside with Havoc on that particular day, even when Cryptix was running through teams. So we'll see if they can get that knock right here onto the boys from Sidemen and annihilate this team, or we see sort of like the boys from Sidemen get back into their rhythm and take them out.
Yeah, I think what we're looking for here for Sidemen is, this is a team that we've definitely seen be somewhat capable. I remember we had a really good spot of Hunter doing some good work with that car 98 earlier on in the season towards the start of it. And of course, now they have a chance to bring some of those performances, some of those star performances from their players. And the other one we were talking about is, of course, Nerf Me. It's a player that definitely has the experience, definitely has the potential and the capacity to really shine for the team and make things happen. They've really just got to utilize what they've got, utilize those tools in their box here to find what they're looking for and to find that leg up, and this is the time they can make it happen. If they can find a good foot in the door here, especially against a team like BBCX, they can find some a quick pickup here, some kills, that'll really set them in good stead moving forward through the rest of the game. Obviously, you want as many points as possible, and to start things out with, you're going to have to take a fight. Right now, BBCX in a bit of retreat mode, not wanting to go toe-to-toe just yet. They're quite happy to just fall back towards the backside of this particular encampment, this particular area. Falling back from building to building. Should be good to go, although Sir is right up here with that AKM ready to potentially get something happen. There's the jump straight out the window. Wasn't expecting that. That's a bit of a problem. Did not check at all any of those corners. Jumps straight out the window, loses his life. That's a huge problem now for the Sidemen. Having lost one of their players so quickly, now Sir is just ready to continue wreaking absolute havoc. Sidemen losing quite a bit of HP there, but do find a return frag there super quickly. Low on HP, but there goes another one. Frost now pushing up. BBCX just coming back with an absolute fury here, catching Sidemen off guard, and this is absolutely devastating for the Sidemen.
Oh, I feel like Nefmi should have gone upstairs trying to get that revive before coming down. That would have obviously given him, some more chance to take out another player from BBC. But my goodness, what a gameplay coming in right there as the boys from BBC are able to fight back onto Sidemen and somehow take them out. Can Sleepy find a way to get a couple of knocks on this particular one and take them out? But my goodness, BBC Havoc right there. Okay, it was actually Renel getting that final knock onto Sleepy and taking out the Sidemen. Sidemen again continuing with the performances that they had in the first game. 2 games now gone. They've not had it quite easy. And it's looking like more and more they might not be able to qualify onto the next stage. They need something big in the next games or they are out.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, that is the letter. That is the bottom line of what we expect right now. Of course, as we turn our attention towards that map, we do see that most of the teams are situated nicely inside of that zone for the most part. We do have BBCX up towards Cal, do need to make it down into the zone, but for the most part, the teams are pretty comfortable for the time being. A lot of teams concentrated around Pine Nun and just to the south of Boot Camp. Of course, the Magicians now moving in on the right side of the screen there, just heading across, getting rotated and perhaps securing a better position. But yeah, right now, we have to bide our time and just wait a little bit before this map starts to set off. And this is what I was talking about pacing. the teams need to make sure they get their pacing right on this map. It is sometimes very, very difficult to get the pacing right because sometimes the map speeds up and sometimes it slows down, and you've really got to respond appropriately. Otherwise, you get caught out in the blue zone. Otherwise, you get caught out in the rotations. You get third-partied. You end up landing up with two or three other teams in the same area, and you just get absolutely slaughtered. So you don't want to miss your timing, you miss your tempo, miss the pacing on a map like this. You have to be aware of what's going on. Have to be super keen eyes and keen ears on where and what the other teams are doing. And this is a good way to sort of eliminate a lot of the issues, is by centralizing yourself inside of that zone as quickly as possible. This is a very tried and true tactic. Getting central, getting that spot in the zone early on, if you can, does put you in a really good spot for the next zone rotation and puts you really, really close, if not right inside the zone once again. So a lot of the teams in the middle of that zone right now looking pretty decent, pretty happy with their location right now. And of course, once their blue zone starts to speed up, it will definitely work in their favor if they continue to maintain that tactical idea.
Yeah, taking a look at the way the zone is currently situated right now, we do see the boys from Outsiders not too far away from Cryptics, and we might be seeing something coming down between the 1 million boys and our favorite Outsiders right here. I would love to see that fight actually, because prediction, my octopus tingling right now, Patchy, is telling me it's telling me that Outsiders can do something, and they might shock us against the boys from Cryptics, and build up a lot of confidence.
Yeah, they could certainly make it happen, and maybe that tingle will prove correct. We'll have to wait and see, because the time will certainly come, and time will tell what the next few moves are going to be here. Outsiders nice and in good position to cause a little bit of havoc. But we have yet to wait and see what is going to be the trigger for that, what is going to set things just over the edge. For now, the teams are biding their time, making sure that they are positioned, making sure that they are looted and ready for the procession of the rest of the Sanhok game. And, well, things are going to start turning up here as we move on in towards the second zone. We're about to see where that is going to drop. Should be dropping pretty soon, and then we'll get to see where these 13 teams, these 49 remaining players, are going to be duking it out. Right now, the Magicians are looking quite happy with their positioning so far. A good spread out on their area, a nice hold on that particular spot. The same is true for most of these other teams. They've got a really decent stronghold on their chosen locations, chosen positions, not looking to get too aggressive, not looking to go for any unnecessary fights, just keeping a weather eye out on the locations of the enemy teams, on their positions, on their potential rotates, making sure that you have your attention tuned in, making sure that you're not going to get caught off guard. They do know the position of the Cryptics, so that is definitely a team that you're going to want to keep an eye out for. And you've just said that maybe the Outsiders have the potential for a bit of an upset here on towards the Cryptics. We'll see if that's the case. The Cryptics a little bit spread out at the moment, so maybe you can get a few picks. And it looks like Orisa going for a bit of a scout here towards the bridge. Is going to have to be careful though. Gold Diggers, they're right here, and they are going to be spotting Orisa out very shortly. Has to make his way quickly around the corner there. Doesn't want to get caught out. Is going to play it just to the side. Has to be very careful here. Freak is spotted, knows where Orisa is positioned, but Orisa is very much alone. Has to play this super carefully. Some damage coming through. That's some good landing, but no, that's not what Orisa wanted at all. Freak wins that gunfight, and Outside is losing a member just like that. Is going to be devastating for them. There's no chance of recovery. Outsiders have to pull a huge rotate with all the rest of their players if they want to get back into this position to try and resurrect their teammate, and I don't think that's going to happen in time. Orisa trying to fall away and maybe reposition for an easier fetch, but the Outsiders are so far away, so split up. I don't think they're in any position right now to get that res. Orisa just going to try and fish for a little bit of extra information before getting taken down. And the Gold Diggers quite happy to just hold their position, maintain their position, not over push or get any more aggressive than they have to. They're just going to take that free kill that was delivered to them on a platter by Orisa.
Man, definitely not what Outsiders were wishing for on that particular one, getting taken out right there. As you can see, Outsiders are now down to just 3 players. I was hoping to see a lot more for them, but I'm not sure exactly what the plan was. I don't think, this is me personally, right? I understand scouting in Miramar. I understand scouting in Erangel. I don't really understand it so much. I don't think like you should be driving a vehicle to scout in maps like this. But anyways, it's if it's not the boys from Outsiders, it might be Navi putting in the work right here as G Don is trying as much as possible to get Marshall. But my goodness, that DBS put it in the work right there and is able to get another knock. Whew, 1 million boys continuing right there. But I still say this. Imagine if Mars players had taken out one of the cryptics, and right here, G Don had taken one of them out again. You see, that's the problem, guys. You're not finishing your kills.
Yeah,
Finish your
maybe.
kills.
Maybe that's the secret. For now, though, 1M remain on the board. Cryptic still strong in the center of the zone. You can see that it has shifted slightly towards the northwest. Nothing too crazy, as is traditional of the beginning of Sanhok maps. We've seen a couple of tussles and skirmishes here and there, but now is when we start to see things really mattering. As you can see on that map, Na'Vi is the only team up on the northwestern island. Most of the other teams continuing to stay on the mainland, which does mean that pretty much everything on the northwestern island is going to be free gains. BBCX looking in that direction to potentially maybe rotate across there if the zone deems it fit to do so. Because, of course, you do have to be on your toes. BBCX finding themselves on the perimeter is going to decide that keeping themselves ready and fresh to try and move in that direction could be a smart decision, and it could. We're about to see where the next zone is going to be dropping, and indeed, it will be moving northwest once again. So that's a lot less land for a lot more teams, and a lot more land for a lot less teams. BBCX and Na'Vi going to be happy to enjoy quite a large play area. 10X probably going to want to rotate over that bridge as soon as they can. The rest of the teams, they're going to be fighting along the border of that playable area, fighting along the perimeter, desperately trying to stay alive as they choose how to approach the zone rotation.
All right, with this right there on the kill field, the boys from GD taking out one of the players from Cryptics, and this is what I've been saying, boys. You gotta get those finishes. You gotta get those finishes. Like imagine if they were in the situation right here where two of the players have gotten taken down, and I think that's. I'm surprised that they're not finishing. You know, usually what I see in situations like this is that the teams are getting are lobbying players quite quickly, trying as much as possible to take them down to avoid them getting or to just demoralize them basically, just to avoid them getting that player back up. But anyways, it is what it is. The boys from Cryptics are enjoying that situation where their players are currently still complete, because teams are not finishing. They want to keep them. But right now it does look like GD is putting in that work right there as they finish one of the players from Cryptics, and that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see them weaken them right there. But MG in that particular position, he jumps out of that building. Patchy is trying as much as possible to stay alive, but Venom goes down again, and MG putting in the work. Oh my goodness! Look at this, GD doing it.
Oh, man, what a tough one. The Cryptics looking like they were going to try and push in on that position, and they just getting absolutely torn through here by Gold Diggers, and there goes Lazy Boy. Cryptics doing exactly what tradition expects of them, and after that fantastic performance in map number 1, they get taken down here in map number 2, and I mean, this is just a trend. It's a theme. It has to happen. It's a prophecy come true once again. That they had to get taken out once again here in these positions. And, well, they're going to be looking to maybe try and make a comeback in the next few maps, but they won't be doing that here on Sanhok. Instead, we'll move over towards Outsiders, who are also in a little bit of that skirmish idea to try and get some points in the pocket. They already have 2 for themselves. Want to look for a little bit more of a zone as we move into zone number 4. And, of course, zone number 5 after that very soon. And that's when things are going to start to really pick up. The teams have done a really good job so far of pacing themselves adequately in order to not get caught out by the blue zone, not get caught out in too many rotations or out in the open. So far, so good. But can they maintain that balance is the question.
Man, the boys from Outsiders trying as much as possible to get themselves into a good spot within that particular zone. You can see Rasta trying to rotate, taking a look at the boys from GD. I'm not sure exactly what the plan is right here. If they're going in for that attack, if they're trying to, or how they're trying to rotate, but we'll see how that goes. As they currently have just a three-man squad. I think they're trying to get behind the boys from GD to find a way to flank them and take them out. But we'll see how that goes. It's a very dangerous thing to be driving around. You would think that they learned from Orisha being taken out, but I get it. They're in the blue, so obviously like they got to get into the zone quite quickly. But my goodness, what a performance coming in from the boys from GD right there, being able to take out the heavy hitters in this particular one. But let's see how it continues to build up. As we got the boys from GD down on that hill with CLS on top of them, maybe looking to get that third party right there. We'll see how that builds up, if they can surprise the boys from GD who are just sitting down with a three-man squad, Pachi. But my, did you see that fight going that way, Pachi?
No, honestly, I did not expect things to turn around the way they did. I mean, Cryptics looked like they had a pretty good attack going for them, and they had a really nice spearman right up in the front, doing exactly what you should be doing. He found a nice knock, found some tempo, went up, and knew the position that they needed to have, and they knew the potential 2 or 3 positions of the enemy team, but couldn't double down on any of those positions, couldn't flush them out, had no support in terms of pushing together. Most of the players were on the back line, which is, I think, where they may have fallen short. But that one player that was playing up ahead, spearheading all the attacks, did not have the necessary support required to actually push in building after building. And they ended up just sitting behind that rock and playing 3 different angles. And when you're doing that, trying to juggle those different angles, it is going to be absolutely devastating. And, GD just able to fight back in a huge way, find exactly what they were looking for, counter-attack executed perfectly. And they picked up the kills. And, we definitely didn't expect that to happen, but fantastic to see nonetheless. Now, the Magicians on your screen moving towards a spot inside of that zone. A little bit of split up coming out from execution, reposition, looking in for YKI, who are about to get caught by the blue zone, as the rest of the Magicians starting to rotate up in towards the area of safety up ahead. YKI going to get taken down there. Lion and execution just going to make sure that those pot shots land. The eliminations are secured as well before they move on in. 10x, nice and quick rotation, going to put them on the outskirts of the zone. Now they're turning their attention towards behind them, where lots of other players and lots of other teams are starting to organize and push across. Now the Magicians, here they come. Is 10x Africa going to be able to defend against this particular push? Cyclone Shield actually down here for a potential third party. This could be absolutely devastating. And is Black Rev so much damage, and he gets pushed around the other side of the rock, right into the waiting crosshairs of these players here. Magicians easily going to capitalize on that. 10x not going to find what they were looking for. They looked like they were in such a good position to defend, but it just does not work. The Magicians going to be right now pushing on up to 10x, putting in the damage, but they're not going to be alone. That blue zone riding very close on their coattails, and those nades are absolutely flying. You can see Lixon very low on the HP, not in the greatest spot. Kelvin also looking for something. The HP heals coming in as quickly as they can. Was Bipolar not looking to push anything just yet. BBCX with some decent players in the pocket moving through. So we'll see if that manages to be the case. Manny going to get taken down there by GD, still going strong in this 5 zones deep. We've got 9 teams remaining and 19 players left on the board here, as the Magicians now trying to decide how they are going to be pushed into the zone by the blue.
Man, it's tough time for a lot of these teams, looking to make their way into that zone with so many different teams around them. You can see the Magicians just pulling in right now. And there's also Bipolar, who can cause some problems for them. You do see Bipolar just waiting outside that zone. I'm not sure if he wants to put in the heel strats right there, or if he's going to be pulling into that zone himself. But you can also see the boys from Navi, who have got no kills so far, turning the sights onto Magicians. And it does look like Magicians, who we did predict to do a lot well in this particular game, getting themselves taken out right here. And we're down to 7 teams so far, and it is an absolutely nightmare performance that we've seen so far coming in from several different teams as they do try as much as possible to get themselves into a good spot. Outsiders going out in that 7th spot right there as they do get taken out from this particular game. We still got the boys from GD who put in a great performance against the boys from Cryptic, stopping them in their tracks and taking them out. CLS with 2 players right here just holding an angle, a very small, tiny position within that zone as we moved into that last zone, that 7th zone. We've got the boys from GD who are holding an angle quite well, just waiting, just stalking. It feels like they're just licking their lips right now, just waiting for CLS to just come out of that position right there. It's like, yummy, Patchy.
Maybe they are. I mean, definitely CLS finding themselves in a very difficult position. Cyclone Shield have to make their way out of that spot, trying to stay alive, just barely ahead of that blue zone. Of course, they are going to find it very difficult as Gold Diggers do have some pretty good outpost here against them. Unknown slowly creeping up, stalking through the bushes, looking for a potential foot in the door of victory. And certainly Gold Diggers, a team that has been performing really well so far in this game number 2 here on Sanhok, and MG looking to continue that performance, finding a nice shot in towards Cyclone Shield and stopping them from making an advance out of that building, making their life ever so much more difficult. Yeah, as the Gold Diggers now creeping on up, does get spotted. Agent gets taken down. That's a great shot coming through to do that. A nice knock coming in on towards the Gold Diggers. That's going to shut down their push very much here. MG trying to get himself back in action, but things are not going to be easy at all. Unknown coming in for the res. Could certainly happen. Cyclone Shield, of course, getting eliminated. The blue zone doing what it does best and chowing away that HP. Oh, the shots coming through the smoke. Just barely not going to take Unknown down. That was so close. That could have been the end of the Gold Diggers, but so far they are still alive. 10x now going to get taken down, but the res needs to come through. Again, a reposition come through, but oh, look at that. Unknown going to get caught out, not expecting the push, just in such a difficult position to try and contend with. And out they go, sent back to the lobby. 3 teams now remaining, 6 players left on the board. It's none other than Navi, BBCX, and a Trained to Frag.
All right, so this is a couple of teams that well, not a couple of teams, but Navi is one of those teams that wasn't having quite a good day yesterday, but we do know that they're capable of some good performances in this game right here, and they've been able to somehow get themselves into this final zone with 3 players, and that's a lot. You do see them getting another kill right there. Montana taking out the boys from Train to Frag. They're now up against the boys from BBC. But Navi sitting down with 4 kills, BBC sitting down with 8, which means that they've gotten a lot more eliminations. So we'll see who at the end of the day comes out on top on this particular fight. BBC has sort of like got that heal. They've got a part within that zone. All they got to do is wait. We're in that 7th zone. Will they be waiting, or and you can see them getting 2 different angles? If the zone pushes Navi out, it could spell the end for them. But if the boys from BBC get 1 player taken down, then it might just be the end. So it's down to that next knock to change things right here. So we do see that zone pushing out the boys from Navi. They've got to get themselves into that zone right there. But my goodness, Havoc goes down, and it might just be the end right here. We got a 2v1 situation. Let's see how it goes, Patchy.
Let's see how it goes. Navi now pushing up. There's Montana trying to make something happen with that shotgun. And landing the shot is going to secure it. Exactly what they were looking for. The chicken dinner does come through. Navi Africa, 1,600 points of damage there. 6 eliminations, 21 points for them. And certainly a team that has moved on up in this particular game and taken a lot of players by surprise with that final push.
Absolutely. What a surprise coming in from Navi Africa. But after a second most successful performance on Erangel earlier in the evening, maybe not too surprising that this should be a squad to watch out for. They came in, they performed very, very well, claiming these 21 points. Not that many eliminations though at Fire. Only 6 being accrued right now for the side of Navi Africa, which obviously at the very end of the day, as Patchy mentioned earlier, it's not necessarily about putting yourself with the maximum numbers on the board, maximum elims, points, whatever. It's just about getting top 6. They found themselves in pole position in the previous game. They now are in number 1 position in this one. Navi Africa should have done enough to get themselves into the top 8. But one thing I really want to talk about, why do you think this particular iteration of Sanhok, the map normally anticipate chaos, was so reserved today? Everybody played such a more cerebral game style than what we're normally used to seeing on Sanhok. What do you think contributed to these teams taking it a little bit slower this evening?
I think that, a lot of teams are very cautious right now. They know that as they progress through the games today, it's getting the chances of them qualifying are getting slimmer and slimmer. So they're trying as much as possible to, just get into that top 5, grab, as little points as they can. The teams know, they have players like, Cryptics or in the lobby who can just devastate them at any point in time. And I think that having a team like Cryptics in the lobby is changing the way teams are playing. While you be a lot more aggressive when you see a team like that in the lobby, you try to be a lot more cautious about how you move around. So that probably is affecting the psychology of teams so far.
That definitely does make sense, especially given the kind of performance that Cryptic did lay out in the Erangel map. It would make a lot of sense for these teams to be much more cautious of them, not knowing exactly where they are. Of course, this is PUBG Mobile. You don't get like instant vision of where every single squad is on the map. Patchy, how do you feel about this, right? Because, of course, we did see Cryptix just dominate Erangel. Navi Africa did well here on Sanhok. Not necessarily the most blockbuster performance from them, but a very interesting point that Agfire is mentioning is that when you do have a heavy hitter like the Cryptics in the game, it changes how you psychologically approach things. And earlier on, we were having a conversation primarily about the mentality of the competing squads here going into these maps. So now that Cryptics wasn't the team that won again, do you think that they're still going to be maintaining the same mental influence on the game once we head into the third map of the evening?
Well, I certainly hope so. I mean, what we saw coming in today is that we saw the sort of traditional performance. We've got this team does really well. Map number 1, map number 2 just totally falls off Sanhok and doesn't come through for the Cryptics at all. And maybe that is the indication that says, if given the right circumstances, anyone could potentially take down Cryptics. Anyone could potentially make something happen, find that win. Right now, we just saw Navi find a win, and they didn't necessarily have to pull what we saw from map number 1, Cryptics. They didn't have to go insane and just completely dominate everyone. They just had to put in a solid enough performance, and they came out on top at the end. And I feel like moving into the next few maps, the teams can pretty much go in with the attitude of like, okay, we don't have to play back. We don't have to say, all right, we're just going to give things over for free or give out a wide berth around a team like Cryptics. They say, you know what? Screw it. Let's just go in. Let's give them absolute hell. Show them what we're made out of, because we can do it. It's possible. Everything is up for grabs if you can work hard enough to make it happen, right? And that's what should be the focus here. You want to get up into the next round. You want to make it happen. You just got to do your absolute best. Don't let anyone get in your way, and certainly don't let some built-up reputation of anyone in the lobby get in your way either.
Yep, you do not want to be allowing any other team to affect you either with execution or with mentality. As we take a look at who our MVP was from this opening map, because of course it was hella chaotic, but not the same degree of chaos we normally anticipate. We're actually going to be seeing BBCX Frost claiming 3 eliminations. Very, very, very shallow eliminations from him. Unfortunately, as much as I was praising the side of Cryptics earlier for some of the highest elimination tallies we've seen from a squad, this might be one of the lowest eliminations from an MVP. So just in general, a fairly low scoring round for everybody involved in this lobby. Agfire, Patchy was just mentioning now how this has pretty much been the script for the Umzansi Esports League Season 5, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming, has been the fact that if you do really well on Erangel, you're going to be awful on Sanhok. Somehow, this seems to have held true every single week, and I do not know why this is the case. Explain to me, Tony. Agfire, you've been involved in this game for a very long time. Why does this reliably keep happening?
I think that, coming off your performances in Erangel, when you have to understand that you have a lot more space to work with. If we just look at the way the boys from Cryptics were pushing onto GD in this particular game, and why they got taken out was because one, they were pushing out in the open. They had a couple of players who were just bold, pushing out in the open. They didn't have a lot of cover to work with. While they were pushing a team that was in buildings, right? They had, you know, they had walls, they had the wood, you know, the buildings to protect them. And while Cryptics was going with that bold move, you know, that they usually have, you have to understand that in Erangel, you go, you drive your vehicle, you push a building, boom, you attack, or you're behind some tree or something. There's always one tiny little cover, you know, or edge for you. And Sanhok, that's not really the case. Maybe you have a stone in the middle, but for the most of it, if you look at the way they were pushing, they were really just in the open while they were pushing, and they probably most of the time will get the knocks, but you know, and Sandhawk, it's really difficult for one team to just go in and be like, I'm going to dominate for so many reasons. There's third parties that could come in if you drag on a fight for way too long, which doesn't really happen in Erangel. So yeah, it's a different terrain, and you know, it's a lot harder.
Certainly a very different beast entirely coming in from Sanhok, from Erangel. Of course, we're going to be seeing what the points tallies look like on, or from rather, this Erangel map coming into this one. We did see the information that Navi Africa were the ones that claimed pole position with 21 elimination, or 21 points in total, 6 eliminations for themselves. BBCX right behind them though, very close showing. Of course, they had a player in the MVP vote, so not too surprising to see them up in that pole position. Gold Diggers there with 18 points as well. Train to Frag coming up with 10. What I'm loving though, Patchy, is that this distribution of points much nicer. It's not just a one team hogging everything. It's much more spread out, a nice, beautiful curve developing from the top 4 to the bottom 4 of the top 8, and then I imagine further into the second page. One thing that is interesting about this, though, is we are starting some of these teams get to the point where the amount of execution they've been able to deliver has given them enough points to maybe give them a little bit of a safe platform. The two teams in particular are going to be Navi Africa and the Cryptics. Going forward into this evening here, Apache, what do you think is going to be coming in from them? Are they going to take their foot off the pedals knowing that they're mostly secure, or is it a competitive enough lobby that you simply do not have that luxury at this point in the competition?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely bang on, right? I think what you just said happens to be the case here. It has to be. I mean, we're talking about a lobby where we've seen Cryptics get, upwards of 20 plus, points versus and even close to 30 and now 6 in a lobby like that. You cannot take your foot off the gas at all. You got to put it all the way down. You got to keep performing, because that means that anyone else could come and steal a whole bunch of points, dislodge you, and maybe make things a bit difficult. You do not want to be the team that gets shaved off just at the edge, barely not making it, or like you could have made it if you had just done a little bit more. You don't want to have those regrets. You don't want to have that feeling, because that is just the worst feeling when you go in with that mindset of let's make it happen, and then you just give that 1 second of slip up, that 1 second of like, oh, we're fine, where you take your foot off the gas, and then, suddenly things are slipping through your fingers, things are not working out, and then you get shaved off, and then you sit to yourself, where did it go wrong? What happened? You don't want that to happen. You don't want that to be your team. And right now, the method to overcome that is just saying, okay, let's just keep going. Let's do our best and give it 100%, 110% until the end.
I mean, as you're mentioning this, right, I'm just trying to remember exactly what the points tally was, but I'm a little bit fuzzy on that. However, in the Umzansi Esports League proper, the teams being set in the top 16 versus being in the bottom 24, literally like single-digit points was that difference in separation. And those single-digit points not only represent a difference between going to the semifinals/finals weekend and not, but it also represents a pretty massive upswell in your prize earnings. So you definitely do not want to see these teams slacking off at a point in time. Of course, this page number 2, we sort of alluded to it earlier, the distribution of points, not nearly as stark as what we saw coming out of Erangel. Search and Destroy coming in on 9th, Outsiders Official on 4th. Both of those squads doing much more decently on Erangel, so they'll have another bite of the cherry later on in the evening. The troubling thing, though, your killer is EXO Redefined, Sidemen, and From Mars here. Sadly, their fortunes have not changed, like fire. We had seen very much of the same struggles today as we saw from these squads during the league portion of the Umzansi Esports League. And that is very troubling to me, because they've had weeks off to try and develop a different style of play, to try to think more carefully about what to do within these maps. But it doesn't seem like they've evolved either strategically or tactically at all. So going into this last two maps, do you think there's any potential for these squads who've already been in the Umzansi Esports League to claw their way back into it right now?
I mean, I would love to say yes. I really would love to say so. But I'm not just saying that. Usually, when certain clans don't do well, you see them have like tiny little bits of good performances, and maybe the other team just edged them out, in the fight. But I'm not just seeing this come, especially that bottom, five. I'm not just seeing those performances coming from them. You saw that fight coming in between the guys on Mars and Cryptics in that center. There was a difference in that fight compared to the way Gold Diggers fought against the Cryptics. Not just about the Gold Diggers winning, but you could see the body language, the way they were taking on the fight. Like they weren't scared, they weren't afraid. But for Mars, it just felt like boom, they were just wiped. You know, and so for me, I don't see it. The same thing too with Sidemen when they fought, the boys from BBC. Nefmi, I expected more from him. I thought, his health was low. He was gonna go upstairs, heal up, then calm down. So obviously, going out with 1 HP, trying to get another knock, not the wisest thing to do. For someone that's experienced as him, you expect to see more, from him when it comes to those kind of situations. So it's like there's a confidence thing with these squads now. It's not just their ability. Forget it. The ability is there. The fact that you're at this stage, but there's something wrong, when it comes to their psychology, and I think that it is way too late right now to be trying to fix that. They've only got two games. It will be short of a miracle for them to make it.
Well, I'm hoping right now that all of these squads are busy watching Oprah videos to try and get as much motivation as humanly possible, because you certainly do need miracles at this point. Been a very rough day at the office, and I think it's especially rough for them because, Patchy, in my opinion, losing is one thing, right? Everybody loses. That's just part of being in a competitive environment. It's much more painful to lose to people that you think you're better than. And all these squads would assume that they are better than everybody in the Nkosi Super Cup just by dint of being in the Umzansi Esports League to begin with. When you fall down into these promotion relegation qualifiers and then you also find just lackluster performances, this is probably the worst possible thing, because you're not only questioning your abilities in the lobby, being like, oh, these other squads are better than us, but you're questioning your abilities in general, because you're going to say to yourself, we should be better than this, but we're just not right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, that's always a possibility, right? Like, it's always a possibility that you should be better than you are, but maybe your skills are not up to scratch as they used to be. Maybe it's that you and the team have sort of dropped a little bit down, or maybe it's that the standard of quality has just raised up for everyone else. Regardless of why you feel like you're in that position, maybe it's actually really good to get taken down into the Nkosi Super Cup. And I'll say why, because in the Nkosi Super Cup, we have teams grinding it out week after week, and their skills just go from zero to hero really quickly. When you get put through a format like that, you are tested again and again and again. You are forced to perform. You are forced to come together as a team. You're forced to hone those skills, sharpen them to an absolute point. And by the time you are finished, you have gone from dust to diamonds, and you can come back in, go to those promo relegational series, come back into the Umzansi, and just show them what you've done and what the work has paid off for. So it's not the end just because you're getting relegated for some of the teams that felt like we were here, we were making it, and now suddenly we're not. It's not the end of the road. Nkorsi's still there, and it's absolutely brilliant. There's still tons of prizes to be won in there as well, so there's lots of motivation to keep going, and then you can come back stronger next time.
Yep. I mean, tonight's showcase is a perfect demonstration of exactly what Super Cup can bring you. Hone your skills, come back and challenge some of the best of the best. And the way it's looking right now, it does seem like the Nkosi Super Cup teams are the ascendant ones this evening. Of course, there are still 2 more maps to go, so we do not know if that is the end of our story. Please make sure that you are back with us in a couple of minutes after a short break, because the story will continue on Miramar, and we still continue to find out who our top 8 is going to be and our new competitors in the Umzansi Esports League will be. This is the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa, and myself, I'm Snare with Patchy and Actfire, and we'll be right back after a short break to continue the hype. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Umzansi Esports League. The promotion relegation playoffs of Season 5 are going to be continuing right now, as we are going to be witnessing our next map of Miramar, where these squads will be competing to put as many points on the board and find themselves in the top 8, because those top 8 will then be automatically promoted to participate in Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. My name is Snare, and I'm joined once more with Patchy and Actfire. And gentlemen, we've seen some very intriguing matchups tonight. Erangel was started off with major dominance coming in here. And then once we went into the second map of Sanhok, it was a little bit more tepid, a bit more spread out, a bit more even in terms of the team performances. Actfire, what do you make of this now that we are going into Miramar, the map that always favors the traditionally more cerebral / strategic teams? Is that going to be the case here today? Which squads are you looking towards the best showing on the Miramar for the evening?
It's really hard, but I think we're going to see better performance coming in from the boys from BBC. I think that it favors their style of play. They will be able to come into their elements. I think magicians as well. So squads who are very confident with holding like defending positions are going to do a lot better in this particular game. We might see Navi as well, who are gaining some confidence. Come in and try to do a lot better. If Sidemen can, I mean, Nefmi has had great experiences and doing well in Miramar for other clans, especially when it was in Gone. So if he can replicate sort of like performances we know him for, then yes, maybe they could do well. I've not seen Cryptics do very well in Miramar so far. I haven't. I've just seen them spark things up in Erangel games. So I'm not really gonna put them in the mix for now. I think a clan will take them out.
We'll be seeing whether or not that is going to happen, or if Cryptics can find another phenomenal performance for the evening. As we go into it though, Patchy, maintain your 100% prediction rate, my friend, and make sure as we start that you tell me exactly how much damage the winning MVP player is going to deal and how many eliminations the winning team is going to be getting. And as Patchy answers those questions, we'll be dropping into Miramar for the final time in the promotion relegation playoffs. Patchy, Actfire, take it away. Talk to you afterwards.
Thank you so much, Snare. To answer your question, I think we're definitely looking above the 1k damage mark for our MVP. That seems to be a pretty good consistency that we seem to be getting out of our teams, even in the last MVP, where we got our MVP from BBCX with 3 eliminations. Still had close to 1k damage, which is nothing to scoff at, certainly. Of course, now we are moving into our map number 3, our Miramar, which is certainly, as Nes pointed out, the more strategic, cerebral gameplay that we want to see coming out of these teams, and it's going to put them to the test once again. That is the point of these maps. We want to put these teams through their paces, put them to the test, and see who comes out on top, who our 8 teams are going to be that move up on to the next season of Umzansi, get on that plane to drop down onto a whole new island of difficulty when it comes to gameplay in Africa, African esports, the Umzansi Esports League. Just absolutely grinding out some of the best teams that we have to offer here in the continent. And certainly we want to see which teams are going to be able to grab that title in the next season. Right now, it looks like we've got a very much northern zone here for our Miramar game. A lot of teams dropping down to Veldalmar, actually, which is not something we see all too frequently. And yet suddenly we both have Cryptics and the Magicians going in that direction. So both of these teams with a lot riding on their shoulders, a lot of expectations in the hands of Magicians, and of course in the hands of Cryptex as well, who, they had a really great performance on Erangel, but Actfire's called them out and said, well, we've seen them do really well on Erangel, but not on Miramar. So they've got a lot to prove here, especially for you, Actfire.
Yeah, basically, I don't think that they usually replicate those performances in Miramar. I'm not really sure exactly why. Maybe because it's just a different terrain. But now we're seeing Sidemen being able to get into the skirmish right here with the boys from Train to Frag as they do take down one of the players, Seto, and it is Sleepy who is putting in the work right there and getting that knock onto that train to frag player. I do believe this is when things had to get a bit more aggressive for this team. They got to make sure that they're going in for that finish, going in for that push. I believe, like, if I was in this situation, I'll be popping in the smoke, trying to cross that road, trying as much as possible to either get another knock or get that finish onto that player. You can see Nova already beginning to make that move to get that revive, and this is what they definitely should not allow happen. He shouldn't be losing, this situation. But let's see what he does. If he can take out that player while he opens up the door, and Nova sort of like in a situation where I'm not sure if he's confused, Patchy, because he seems to be going left, right. Whether he's confused, on going back to his other teammates or going to get that res. We'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, maybe some conflicting calls coming in, or maybe just some decision making happening real time. Although definitely, if he wants to get that res in, it's going to be a tough decision to make, and you're not sure if that's going to come through. Instead, TTF going to have to move away from that. Hunter does spot out one of the players, but he's not in time. He wasted a little bit of time making the decision there, not going to be able to get to the teammate in time. Sidemen now making the push on up, a little bit of damage in towards Nerfme and Sleepy, but Hunter looking to hunt down Nova as he retreats as quickly as he can, trying to consolidate with the rest of his team, trying to move as far back as possible. But Hunter is on the hunt. He smells blood in the water, and he is pursuing. He is looking for the pace here to try and get in towards Nova. You can see he's gone right up to the building. Nova's gone a few rooms deep, though. The rest of the team, very well done. Sidemen not pushing in alone. Hunter coiled back, comes in with Pablo and Nerfme, so isn't alone, knows that he has to take this fight solidly, doesn't want to get a cheeky 1v1 in, just goes in. So this is the smart play, but can he execute it? The answer is yes. There's a knock. Very well played. Hunter going to find that, and there comes a quick thirst in. Grab that kill. Kill secured indeed, but now Speed on the backside, train to frag. Not going to let that go. Not going to let it go for free at the very least. Going to try and get a little bit of revenge there for the killing of the teammates. Not much to work with, though, but certainly is going to make things at least a little bit more difficult for Sidemen. Have to now go and revive Nerfme and try and get their HPs back up before they take this fight once again. But if you take a look at T2F, they're very much split up, and Speed not in a position to get across, not in any way going to be able to find that rotation. Very much there's been a wedge driven between them by the Sidemen, and the Sidemen have successfully picked up those kills, 2 of them, and looking for 3 and 4.
All right. So taking a look at the way things are positioned right now, we do see the boys from Sidemen just holding things out against Train to Frag. What a lovely performance coming in from these guys right here, as you can see them getting 2 kills right there, confirming 2 kills onto the boys from Train to Frag. And this is a Sidemen that we love to see. I love the way they push it together. I love the way they're holding their own so far. Nefme and his boys obviously stepping things up. They have got quite an experienced squad, right? Hunter, Sleepy, and the rest. So they'll be kicking themselves in the foot if they have to go all the way and grind from beginning throughout that inconsi, and they need to put in something short of a miracle. Get that 20 kill, get maybe 20 something points at the end of the day to qualify, and they've started off on a good foot, Patchy. But do you see them getting those amount of kills, those amount of points from this game?
Yeah, it's difficult to say. I mean, there's quite a molehill or a mountain to get over here, and you have to choose, how you're going to really approach things to get that amount of points. You have to see whether you're going to be able to strike that balance. So I think it's possible. I mean, it is, but, whether it's likely is a different question entirely. I mean, at this point, you're going up against teams that are very much in the runnings for a strong performance and a strong finish to secure their positions on that leaderboard, and of course secure their positions to move up into the next season. So no one's really going to be operating at low capacity right now. No one's going to be giving away anything for free. So they're not going to have an easy time. We'll say that. Certainly not going to be an easy time. There's going to be a lot of resistance, a lot of pushback. There's a lot of teams that are looking to secure the points here. And right now, Magicians, taking a lot of damage. That's Lixen almost taken all the way down on HP, barely just going to manage to get the HP back up with the meds, but very low on the helmet there. You can see lots of damage going to come through from that side. Execution now with the rest of Magicians moving in on that bike, coming in as quickly as possible, but the fight in the blue zone is going to be a little bit dirty here. Don't really want to fight like this, but if you have to, you have to. A little bit of damage come through. Here comes the nades, getting prepped. Kelvin keeping a weather eye out, but there's the slam dunk, and that's exactly what they were afraid of. Senke going to send that one absolutely flying. Marshall coming in for the kill secure, and it will be there. Cryptics going to absolutely destroy the Magicians here. Execution not really going to be able to find any help here on the back line. The Cryptics just here, and they are hunting them down. Lixen going to be the next one to fall as well. The Magicians, this is not their day. We were looking forward to seeing what the Magicians had to offer here, and we were thinking that maybe the Cryptics didn't have anything, but it looks like they've still got a lot of strength in their back pocket. Now they've forced Power to turn tail and run for the hills.
All right. We're seeing the Magicians have a difficult moment right here, and Power just has to leave that spot. My goodness, Patchy, I did not expect to see Magicians not doing quite well in this particular one, as they do lose 3 players quite early on. Do you think they were reckless in this one, or what could they have done to mitigate this situation that they're in?
Right now, we have Power low on HP moving in through that blue zone, trying to get back into safety here, trying to stick it out for the team, and I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. The damage from that blue zone is quite high right now, and you have to have enough meds to try and weather this storm. We're about to head towards at least the third zone, which is going to be doing quite a bit of damage, and we know Miramar, those distances are quite large, quite lengthy. You need vehicles, and right now that last remaining player for the Magicians does not have any vehicles to work with, so that's going to be a difficult rotate. That's going to be a long sprint, some marathon running coming through on that side. But as we focus in on the next team here, Exo Redefined going to be moving in towards their desired locations. Is their rotation happening nice and easy? They've got the vehicles, they can make it happen, no problem so far, and this is generally how we expect the Miramar map to play out at the moment. Just slow and steady, teams skirmishing here and there, finding some kills. Looks like Search and Destroy is going to find 10x, so a little bit of skirmish going on over there as well. The team now, Exo Redefined, moving towards the top of this hill, making sure that they have a nice overwatch position and potentially going to find themselves in a decent spot. There's 1M coming through there. Cryptics on that buggy moving in towards the zone. As we take a look at that map, you can see most of the teams quite happy with where they are at the moment. Going to be rotating up into the safety of that safe zone. You can see 10x very much toe-to-toe with Search and Destroy there in towards the center. We're going to zoom in on them right now. We have Wallowance and Rogue looking in towards the 2-2 split. It's Bipolar, who is very much down on the one side with Daz. Some shots trying to fly in from Virulence. Slinger also looking out to see if anyone's going to come through for the third party. Right now it's going to be a difficult attack. 10x are split 2-2, which can be a powerful position to hold, but if you've got no way of rotating between the two splits of your team, it can be very, very difficult to make anything happen, to try and support the rest of your team. And right now Daz is solely responsible for Bipolar and vice versa, and of course with Rix and Black Rev, also the same thing is true, and they have to make sure that they do not get separated too much and that they can come to one another's rescue. Here comes Cyclone Shield, though. They're going up against 1M. 1M trying to rotate into the zone, finding themselves toe-to-toe with a full stacked team right now. Definitely not what they were hoping for. Cyclone definitely ready for this attack. The nades flying over the UMP and with the shots coming in. The third party's a little bit too much. 1M trying to get in, trying to break open the door, trying to get their foot through and force their way in. And the split working out for them. They've got players up on the hill to support the push down through the valley. A very great game plan, and it seems to be working out so far, but the damage is still coming through from Cyclone. They do not want to let this rotate go unnoticed.
Man, the boys from Cyclone who do need these points right here, trying as much as possible to put up a fight against the boys from Cryptics. And you can see right there, they're taking on the shots, but the covered fire coming in from Chapo, putting in the work right there as he's trying as much as possible to keep the boys from CLS from getting any further knocks. But you can see a confirmation going in right there as Marshall does get taken down. CLS putting in the work right here, trying as much as possible to take them down. So I love what I'm seeing from CLS. You understand? They're one of those clans, who has the ability to keep on performing in every single game. But somehow things have not just gone their way. We saw them yet almost really close to qualifying into the Umzansi, but somehow they just fell off short. And I do believe that they're one of those clans that may be able to put up a good performance and qualify right here. We'll see how that actually does go. But my goodness, what a tough fight against the 1 million boys, and they're about to get the confirmation onto the second player right there, and that's exactly what they do. But look at that, Patchy, from Lazy Boy. How many times do you see a 4x right there on that gun getting knocks from that distance?
I'm not too sure. It's certainly not often on a map like Miramar. You definitely want some more high power scopes there. But anyway, it looks like it's going to be working out. And here's El Chapo trying to make the last final push there. The two players from Cryptex desperately trying to find the crack in the defenses of Cyclone Shield. And Lazy Boy, try as he might, 4x or not, there's just not enough work that can be done for him to push through these defenses. Isaac putting a few pot shots in his direction before making that rotate. Cyclone Shield, a great defense, causing so many problems for 10M, for Cryptic to try and get into this one. Derry going to look for a few more, and that's it. Scar going to be doing so much damage across distance. It's good enough. The blue zone will potentially do the rest if they're not careful, but now the zone does force the rotates out. 10X going to be looking out for any rotating players, but El Chapo and Lazy Boy will be eliminated by that blue zone, which is definitely expected at this point in time, especially when you're fighting out there on the perimeter. Unfortunately for Cryptics, they just walked straight into such a difficult situation, and they could not find their foot in the door. They could not find their way through those defenses. CLS, a very, very good defense from them. And now we turn our attention over towards Na'Vi, going toe-to-toe with Gold Diggers. Gold Diggers, a pretty decent performance in map number 2, looking quite strong at the very least, but can they maintain a little bit of that power up against Na'Vi, who have done such a fantastic job in the previous match of keeping that consistency going and making sure that they just finish strong enough. Now we're going to see if they can replicate a little bit of that success here in map number 3 in Miramar, which is a little bit of a different gameplay. They've got all of their players still alive, which is fantastic to start with. That gives them a nice little edge against GD. But are they going to pull the trigger on the fight is a question. These teams have separated just a little bit. The pullback is there as well. And Na'Vi, they have a pretty good defensible position. Don't want to excursion out of it a little bit too far. Just want to stay where they are, stay quite safe and okay, get the reposition, potentially start to scout out over the top of the hill. In the meantime, some problems coming in there for the Magicians, and this is also what we expected there from the last time we saw them struggling along through that blue zone, and now seeing them continue to struggle in that particular position. A very unfortunate situation for them. YKI going up against XO Redefined, CLS losing Derry to the blue, and things are starting to get a little bit chaotic here at Fire. Miramar looking a little bit more like Sanhok, where teams are getting caught out in the blue zone, fights are happening there, teams are getting caught out on the perimeter, on the rotate, things are happening, the third parties are coming through, and here we're seeing it again with T2F and the Sidemen trying to roll on up and take this fight.
Oh my goodness, I did not see the Sidemen getting taken out right there in that particular situation. My goodness, Speed just catching them off guard right there and sending them out. These are the things that we've been talking about, the boys from Sidemen not being able to get themselves into the good situations within that zone and just getting caught out in situations like this. Going out in 13th place, they were looking quite good when they first of all started off, getting a couple of kills, but now they just got one more game to kind of get seal this game and get back into it. Here you do have another clan who's not been, so great right here in the lobby, coming up against the boys from BBC, who had quite a good day. They've not been able to get into the elements as well. And now they're coming up against the boys from 10X. Two players from 10X are down in this particular region. All they got to do is pop a nade into that building and they might be able to get that finish. But now you do see Frost trying as much as possible to come in against Black Rev and get that knock, but he doesn't. And now I do believe the boys from BBC are down to just that one player, Patchy. And tough times for everyone as CLS does pull up onto the situation, but now they're getting shot up by the last player from BBC.
Yeah, Renil desperately trying it to find a few more shots, a few more kills, a few more points, because BBC definitely need it. Going out right now means going out in 12th or potentially around 12th position, and it also means going out with no kills in the pocket. That's no points. That's just absolutely devastating. That's a position you do not want to be in if you're BBCX right now. They want to find something, and, well, you know, you have to go for it. You have to try and make it happen. You cannot let things slip through your fingers. So Renil trying to make it happen, trying to get a few more points in their favor right now. And that's going to be quite a difficult position to be in because the whole weight of the team rides on your shoulders when you're in that position. 10X, of course, now turning their attention in towards CLS. Cyclone Shield having a very nice, successful defense. Going to try and replicate that once again. Renil is going to get taken out by a nice little cheeky shot there coming out. But ultimately, right now, CLS going to try and mount a defense once again, and we've seen them capably do this before, but can they continue that? Because right now, they haven't faltered on that front just yet, but they cannot be perfect all the time. The defense is going to have to falter at some point, but the question is, are they going to be able to exploit that weakness? 10X now trying to move on up. Here comes Black Rev moving in for a potential flank there. Nade's getting prepped, but they won't find any serious damage just yet. In the meantime, YKI going up against four Somalian boys, and the four Somalian boys will be taken out there in 11th place. We're now down to our top 10 teams so far. The nades absolutely flying from CLS. But is it going to be enough? Black Rev still going in for a potential push, but here comes the zone doing what it does best and causing absolute havoc. Rotates now have to come on in for these 10 remaining teams. A search and destroy now under fire from blue as well.
Ooh, all right, so we're down to 10 teams right here. We've got a couple of teams who are already situated within that zone. CLS also one of those clans who are looking to show some more good performances right here. They're getting shot up by the boys from 10X, and things are not looking so great for CLS as they got their vehicle blown up on their way to that zone. And my goodness, Patchy, we got about 10 teams. We're heading into that 6th zone. Things are looking super tight, and how many times do you see this in a Miramar game where there's so many different teams within the zone like this? But let's see how it continues to play out as the boys from Search and Destroy do get taken out of this game right here. We got 9 teams now moving into that 6th zone. 10X boys are taking on shots onto the boys from CLS, trying to stop them from getting into that zone. We've got a really tough game, top finale, as we do see CLS approaching the boys from 10X, about to begin a skirmish with them. Let's see how it does play out right here.
Yeah, the 10X flank coming through. CLS mounting a defense once again, and they will find that knock. Black Rev now forced to retreat as CLS continue to do what they have seemingly done quite well so far and what they do best, just mounting a fantastic defense, preventing the counter push from 10X and forcing them to go on the retreat once again. Cyclone Shield nice and strong here on the side of the zone. 7 teams remaining. They're very much have a foot in the doorway when it comes to a spot inside the safe zone. They've got the outsiders just up ahead of them, although could potentially take a fight if they were willing, if they want to, but it might just be that they want to chase down Black Rev here and find that final kill for themselves. They've got 4 in the pocket already. Exo Redefined being eliminated is going to maybe give them a little bit of confidence. Then Navi going up against Gold Diggers. Here comes the nade getting prepped in towards Black Rev. The smoke is popped. Do they know where his location is? That could have given it away, and oh, that's a lot of damage by Isaac there with that nade. This should be an easy finish here for the Thompson. Lots of bullets in there to spray, and there it is. The shots come through. They do land, and the kill confirm does come through as well. That's 5 kills now for CLS. Looking pretty good here. Top 5 teams now in zone number 5, moving in towards number 6, and now the Outsiders official looking in towards CLS. They try and come through in towards the zone. things are going to get spicy. The zone looking absolutely minuscule right now. It looks so tiny. And these teams, these 14 players, have to find a way to squeeze inside and find a way to coexist. Find a way to get the leg up on your opponents. Otherwise, you get taken down either by somebody or by that blue zone. You have a choice to fight or die.
Oh, and my goodness, we're down to that top 5. We got about 2 teams who desperately need this points right here. We got the boys from Outsiders as well as CLS. In fact, 3. We're going to add Mars into that equation right there, as there are another clan that does need to gather those points. They've not been doing quite well right here on this one. And my goodness, Navi OP coming in and taking out the last player right there from Gold Diggers, as they do get sent out right there. But we do see CLS Isaac getting taken down, and has got to get that revive. And all these guys, like apparently Patchy, all these guys from Navi to Outsiders to CLS and Mars, they all need this points. You understand? They've not been doing quite well on that overall leaderboard, except Navi, who got the winner chicken dinner in the last game. But Outsiders will definitely be needing this points, as well as the boys from Cycling Shields to be able to get into that top 8. So be curious to see, how they do, who can seal this game through. But the boys from outside are sitting down with a 4-man squad, as well as Navi. I do believe it is between these 2 guys. Oh my goodness, what a performance has come out of the boys from CLS, taking out the boys from Cryptics. We'll see if that does count for them when it comes to their confidence. But if you were to name one particular team or clan that was going to take this particular win, who would it be, Patchy?
Right now, I think that CLS have a really good chance. They've proven that they are very, very capable here, especially on Miramar. They've been very, very good with handling what is going on the map and handling the attacks and doing exactly what they need to do to retaliate. And so far, I think they've given us quite good confidence to believe that they can make it happen, although Navi looking pretty strong, still going for the fights now, trying to find something. Baba has got the LMG in hand, and that's a lot of bullets and a lot of damage to dish out, getting a nice knock in towards CLS, not able to come back for this one. Roach on the back line there, not able to find the comeuppance for what is going on here. Baba going to get the smokes down, get the rotate on, try and get those reses going. Manny just crawling closer with Roach, just trying to stay alive on the side there, but too many exposures. Look at that. Montana just coming up, and there's the third party Cyclone Shield getting taken out. Their luck had to run out sometime, and indeed that time was now, but back exposed. Orisa spotting those pixels, knows exactly how to take down Unknown. Just perfect laser beam shots coming through from Orisa with that scar. The knock comes through as well, putting so much pain in towards the team there from Mars, who are now under fire by Na'Vi. So Outsiders pulling the trigger on that one. Na'Vi trying to capitalize on it, but it looks like From Mars will be eliminated in the meantime. Na'Vi not pushing on through. It's Na'Vi versus Outsiders. And, well, they just took down so many of those players. Now have to turn their attention towards the rest. Trying to make something happen. Orisa trying to make something happen. Right now, we're going to see if the Outsiders have what it takes to take down Na'Vi, or if Na'Vi are going to keep that snowball rolling from the previous game and make something work.
My goodness, it is a tough situation right here, as the boys from Na'Vi looking to get that revive onto the player who was knocked down by the boys from Outsiders, and it does look like it. So we're now back into a 4v3 situation right here, and Na'Vi searching for that back-to-back winner chicken dinner. How many times have we seen this happening? I do believe that we haven't seen much back-to-back winner chicken dinners, except that game that we had in the Umzansi right there, where the boys from Desert Flame got back-to-back winner chicken dinner. So this is one of those rare situations right here, as Na'Vi, who's not been having quite a great time, and we've spoken about it throughout the entire promotion relegations. Things have been very difficult for them, and now coming into this one, they're about to get that second winner chicken dinner to actually most likely guarantee their spots in the next Umzansi. Well, I do believe it's already guaranteed, but those extra 3 points might count for them coming up against Outsiders, and that is exactly what happens right there, as Na'Vi gets the winner chicken dinner back to back. Even I, with my octopus eyes, did not see this.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, whether it be the octopus or the crystal ball, nothing could have seen the Na'Vi getting the back-to-backs here. 2,666 damage. You know what? Maybe I know the reason that we weren't able to predict Na'Vi for game number 2, and we weren't able to predict Na'Vi for game number 3. I'll tell you why. They've got some sus going on back there. The 666 and the total damage there, not giving us any pointers as to what's going on, but some 14 eliminations, 29 points for them. Well done. A good game and a nice, strong, almost second last match here for the night.
Na'Vi Africa, after 2 back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners, a little bit of a shallower performance on Sanhok, but they absolutely stepped things up once we got into Miramar here. And this is not only going to be a situation where they claim these points here on Miramar, but this is only the second time, Actfire, in the entirety of the Season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League where we've had a back-to-back champion. You mentioned Desert Flame Esports, they did it just this week, and now Na'Vi Africa are doing it today. Did everybody have some interesting breakfast? Was there a memo that I missed that everybody's just getting cracked this week? What's going on, my G?
Man, it's just absolutely amazing coming in from Navi, especially a clan that or team, as I've so been corrected, that hasn't been performing quite well in the entire promotion relegations. I was even talking about them, doing really well over the past 8 weeks. But now they're beginning to show their element. They're beginning to show why we recognize them all the way in from the beginning of the Untitled, and this may just be enough to seal their qualification.
Yeah, I mean, 29 points on this map, 21 on the previous one, 50 points being picked up on simply 2 maps, and that is not even including their pole position finish coming in on Erangel Part 1. Patchy, they are in a very, very good position, Na'Vi Africa. Yes, other squads might have done more in individual maps, right? But I don't think there's been any other team today that's looked as clean as Na'Vi Africa and as consistent as they have. Given the fact that, as I was mentioning now, they've pretty much solidified their position into the Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League, I don't think there's any other team that's close at this point in time. What are we going to be expecting for them going into Erangel? Normally this would be the point of conversation where it's like, well, they have a finals weekend coming next up, so they can build momentum towards that. It makes sense to try as hard as humanly possible. But given that they have nothing more to play for, given that it's pretty much all wrapped up, I feel like if I'm doing my math correctly, which I often get in trouble for at school for not doing properly, but if I'm doing my math correctly, if they get 6 points, there is 100% chance that they're going to be going through to the Season 6 of the Umzansi. Is that going to be affecting their performances going into Erangel Part 2?
Well, I mean, you talk about getting those maths, nailing the maths correctly, and I think a lot of the teams are going to be there. And right now, I don't think they're sitting calculating like, okay, we got this many points, we got this many points. I think if we can do this, we'll just be slightly over the line, and then we don't have to do anything more. Let's give 2% effort and then do nothing. I feel like right now they're probably in the zone. They've just gone through 3 maps. They're like, okay, we're doing pretty decently. The other teams are at our throats, though. They're trying to take some wins away from us. They're trying to take some points away from us. We need to keep performing. We need to keep going. We just need to stay in the zone, do what we do. We don't necessarily have to take another chicken dinner, because then that would be 3 in a row, and that's just nuts. But we do have to just make sure that the performance is still there. We want to make sure that we solidify our win, because we don't want to get any chance of going down. Maybe even just go for the bragging rights. Like, hey, we were the team that won the promotions. We're maybe going to be the team that you have to watch out for moving into the next season.
I mean, no team has done the 3 back-to-back winner chicken dinners just yet, but Na'Vi Africa certainly looking like they're in the kind of form that could precipitate that kind of result. Of course, we need to take a look at who our match MVP was on this one in terms of their total eliminations, see who it was that was extremely cracked within the lobby itself. Of course, what a surprise, what a shock. Hanad coming in with the 5 eliminations here from the side of Na'Vi Africa. Not as much damage as I would have liked, so Patchy's prediction not feeling the best right now. But Actfire, nonetheless, this team of Na'Vi Africa, we spoke about it before coming into Miramar, or Sanhok rather, and then going into Miramar, how the perception of a squad can affect how other teams play the game. And that's why we saw Sanhok being a much more considered and slow affair than what we're normally used to seeing. So now that Na'Vi Africa has demonstrated that they are actually the team to watch out for, yes, we might not have seen them post up as incredible numbers as we saw earlier in the night, but they've been by far the most consistent team of the evening. Going into this last and final map of Erangel, the last map of the relegation playoffs, is their performances going to start affecting other squads now? Are we going to see squads being like, well, avoid Navi Africa at all costs, make sure that you don't really engage them if you can avoid it? Is this going to have an impact on how other teams perceive the final map tonight?
No, I don't think so. If anything, I think it's going to be actually positive for other teams because now they're going to think to themselves and say, hey, you know what? If Navi can do it, then definitely we can. Navi's not that team that, I mean, they're a very good team. No disrespect to them, but they're not that team that you're thinking, hey, we cannot win a fight if we face them, right? I think the only team in the lobby that probably teams are a bit scared of, would I say, is Cryptics because of how they play, how they take you on very quickly because of how aggressive they are. So what teams are going to be telling themselves, especially seeing a couple of clans being able to fight against Cryptics, is say, hey, you know what, we got nothing to worry about. If Navi can win it, definitely we can too. So let's go out, play our game, and yeah, let's show what we're made of.
They certainly did show what they were made of here on the side of Navi Africa. Looking at their overall tally, we of course did see earlier on that they walked away with the 29 points from being able to win this one out. Outside of the official, we're going deep into the round with them occurring in the final zone, and they managed to get 12 placement points and 5 eliminations, accruing 17 in the process. Of course, things are still looking a little bit more equalized, but Navi does seem to be going further and further away from the rest of the chasing pack. The good news, though, Patchy, is that some of the squads that we anticipated being able to do well once they drop down to the Nkosi Super Cup playoff relegations, which we are in right now, some of these Umzansi teams are finally starting to show some decent. From Mars looked actually quite solid on this round. 10x Africa, I'll admit, a bit of a cagey performance from them, but at the end of the day, who cares how cagey you're playing as long as you get the necessary points? And of course, YKI are also in this particular milieu. What do you think changed in between Sanhok and Miramar that allowed these squads to play a lot better? Is it the fact that they have more experience from the Umzansi Esports League with better teams, so this more strategic heavy map is easier for them to play?
I mean, that could very well be the case, and especially since we did see, a lot of the teams that were forcing their way up in map number 1, for example, the Cryptics, we didn't see them exerting themselves over the last 2 maps, a little bit more space to play around in, and I think definitely falling back into that form, back into the practiced ideas, and just finding a little bit more success there, biding their time, knowing how to play in this very difficult situation that they find themselves here, where you have teams like, for instance, Navi, who've just done fantastically well over the last 2 games, just settling in and going, okay, well, we're not up there, we're not taking the wins, we're not being absolutely dominant, we can't go overly aggressive, we can't just throw caution to the wind and do whatever we want, we have to fall back into form, we have to play as we know, play smart, and do what we do best here on Miramar, and with that experience, they were able to find some points for themselves, gather up a little bit of momentum here, and hopefully that moves in through to the next game for them, especially now that we have to start questioning the Cryptics back into the conversation. Navi been doing really well. We've mentioned the possibility of the back-to-back-to-back chicken dinner from them, but now that we're going to potentially loop back around, we could start seeing 1M Cryptics coming back in and making something happen here. So, we've got a little bit less space for these teams to play in, and maybe a little bit more difficult of a match coming up.
Absolutely. The final map of the evening is going to be Erangel Part 2, where Cryptics already did a phenomenal performance earlier in the day, posting up 34 points, which is kind of remarkable. Sadly, though, their performances haven't necessarily lived up to the same standard from Sanhok into Miramar, and we see the results of Miramar because they are on page number 2 here. The team that started off on the front foot is now finding themselves unable to gain the necessary points, only coming in 10th place here. 3 total points for themselves. In the previous map of Sanhok, I believe they got 6. So act fire from an emotional perspective, right, and from a mental perspective, because I think we're all in agreement that tonight is not about skill. All the teams in terms of skill and execution are going to be in relatively the same graph or same milieu just by dint of being involved here. It all comes down to how you feel about the game and how confident you are in your performances. If you're Cryptics, you get 34 points on Erangel. You only get 9 in the subsequent 2 maps. What kind of a knock to their confidence has been done by these performances, do you think?
I think the way those boys play, there's no confidence dropping in for the Cryptics. Like whether they get a few points here, they get 30-something points in one. Just coming off that performance alone, they'll be telling themselves, "Hey, you know what? Let's go and get the kills. Let's go and get the points." They're not trying to place high. They obviously know that the performance in that first game guarantees them most likely a top 8 position. So they're just gonna go in this last game and just be like, hey, you know what? Let's just get enough points, wipe a couple of teams, and just guarantee our spot in the Mzansi. I'll be shocked if they have a bad game again in Erangel.
I mean, given what we've seen from them in the opening map of Erangel, Cryptics has certainly demonstrated that they can do the most on that particular map. And we have seen it being the case several times in the semifinals of the Umzansi Esports League. Not necessarily here in the promotion relegation playoffs, but we have seen the case that a team that performs well on Erangel Part 1 not only performs well on Erangel Part 2, but generally speaking, betters their performances as we go into the second map. We'll be seeing whether or not the Cryptics can pick things back up, regain that confidence, and show us another blockbuster showing, or if it's going to be the case that a lot of these other chasing squads will be able to overtake them and get the winner chicken dinner that they need to continue into season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League. All these questions will be answered right after a short break, because next up is going to be the final map of the promotion relegation playoffs. So do not go anywhere. A short break will happen. When we return, the action commences, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Umzansi Esports League. Season 5 is getting very close to its crescendo, brought to you, of course, by Nodwin Gaming. And here to give you the little bit of a stanza before the end of our song is going to be these promotion relegation playoffs. And we've already determined in FIFA 22 which of the squads, which of the players are going to be entering into Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League. Now we need to do the same for PUBG Mobile. As it stands right now, we have completed 3 maps this evening. Only 1 remains. Erangel Part 2. Everything that you've been working towards for the last 10 weeks, if you are an Nkosi Super Cup player that got top 8, has culminated in this, and everything you've been trying to avoid, if you're a bottom 8 player from the Umzansi Esports League, has also brought you to this exact point. And now this final map will determine everything. Your destiny is in your hands. Your future is in your hands. Whether you'll be televised every week or only every other week is now up to how well you perform coming into this one. My name is Snare. I'm going to be joined by Agfire and Patchy for the final time in the promotion relegation playoffs. Let's make this quick, gentlemen. Patchy, don't tell me numbers. Don't tell me anything strange. Just tell me a team. Who's taking number 1 spot here in this last map of the promotion relegation playoffs?
That's a difficult question. We're back in the runnings here. We might just perform the perfect loop, the Ouroboros complete with our Cryptex taking number 1 again, or maybe we'll see another team do it. I don't know. I feel like Cryptex have a lot of incentive, maybe, especially with the back-to-back chickens that we've seen coming out. I think the 50 points is now a bit of a mark for them. The Cryptex can probably make it happen with a pretty good performance coming out of this one, just off the back of game number 1. So I'd like to see them take it again, just to sort of complete that cycle. And I think they definitely have a strong ability to make that happen.
I'm very fond of bookends, so I would love to see them being able to do it. Let's get into it. Let's not give any more wasted time. My man, Axfire, you'll give your blessing, but I also want your curse as we go into this final map of the promotion relegation playoffs. It's Erangel Part 2, it's PUBG Mobile, and it's 8 teams going into Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League. Gentlemen, take it away. I'll talk to you afterwards.
All right,
Give it to us, Axfire.
All right, Pachi, who do I give? Okay, blessing and cost, right? Okay, so I'll give the blessing to ATL Magicians. I'll give the cost to Cryptics because they're Cryptics. So let's see if it's going to be a blessing or a cost for the guys. Let's see how that works out. Because my goodness, what a day it has been. Started off with the Cryptics getting and then just annihilating the entire lobby. Then Navi fought back, getting 2 winner chicken dinners in those other games. Lovely performances coming in from them. But now going into this last one, I feel like the Magicians will be able to grab themselves, those great points. Navi did what I expected the Magicians to do, place himself in a good spot. I was thinking that was the kind of game the Magicians were going to play, but Navi showed us that they are not a clan to write off quite so soon, and it does look like they are fighting back to do really well. But there's still a lot of clients who are showing up glimpses of great performances. The boys from CLS. They did quite well taking out the Cryptics. They were able to fight really hard in that particular game. And, Pachi, we always talk about like how great Cryptics are, but could it be that, they just seem to be annihilating the lobby because they haven't really met like very, very strong guys,
Yeah. I mean, I think I agree with you in the terms of, we've seen teams, Navi, sort of just do what we expected the Magicians to do in terms of the performance in this games today, at least coming back with a little bit of a vengeance. And it hasn't really happened for the Magicians, but it has for Navi. They had a really nice back-to-back here. Now we move in and we ask the question, is Cryptex all that they are chalked up to be? Is this team here, is this 1M Cryptex team all that we expect them to be? I mean, they had a fantastic Game 1 performance, but they're going to have to try and repeat something like that for us to not believe that it's a total fluke, or at the very least, if we do see them make it up into the next season, just off the back of that, then we're going to have to start asking the question, how are they going to fare with all of the other teams in the Umzansi Esports League? Is their team going to be a one-shot wonder, or are they actually going to find their place and find their rhythm and become known as a very strong team in the league? I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, it's all down to how Cryptex perform right now and how they get this game done, because this is obviously the last chance. It's the last map here. It's the final chance to solidify your position there on that leaderboard. And of course, we've been talking about the teams that are going to come number one and teams that are vying for those top slots. But I mean, we also have to think about all the other 8 slots that are going to be going up once again. And so, of course, any of these teams could potentially make it up there, and they're certainly trying to make that happen. They're already getting into the fights, and it looks like teams just want to get started. They want to get busy right now. The skirmishes are happening already at Fire, and we are seeing some teams and players losing a few fights here and there.
Yeah, if Young Killing Is does have one more bad game, I fear they may be out of the entire, opportunity to qualify back into that Umzansi. What a time it will be for them as they get into a fight with the boys from Train to Frag. And Train to Frag has gotten a knock onto one of the players, but it does look like the boys from Train to Frag are just going to be leaving that particular position, trying as much as possible to rotate and go loot up a bit more. Doesn't look like they have the vest. They're not properly looted, so apparently they'll just be getting out of that situation right there and looking for better loot and all that stuff. But we'll see how it currently goes as we're down with Mars, the boys from Mars, who have not been having a great day so far. Things have not looked up their way, Patchy. Now coming against the boys from GD, and they're down to the last guy. They're down to just Turbo. My goodness, what a day! Like Turbo has a really, 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 like, Patrick, imagine being a player where everything rests on your shoulders, right? Like, he's got to grind out those points for his team. They got no kills. He's got to find a way to get a couple of kills and get them into at least that top 3 spot to even maybe have a chance of qualifying.
Yeah. I mean, it is a bit unfortunate for them to go up against Gold Diggers so quickly. I mean, GD have definitely been a team that we haven't spoken enough about. They've been performing really well in the last few games here in the promotion relegation or series. Definitely a team that has not had the spotlight of that is in the same ratio to the performance they've been having. Definitely a team that I think is capable of making it up into that top 8. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on them. But it's unfortunate that From Mars have to go toe to toe with them on such a good day, because of course, as you mentioned, they've lost all their players except for one, and now all that pressure resting on one player's shoulders is going to make things very, very difficult. I mean, obviously, you never want to go out that early, but if you do find yourself in that position, you've got to really play absolutely out of your mind there. Rick's going to get taken down in the meantime. The outsider's going to go there and pick up a free kill there. Come nice and quick for them. The whole squad is there to capitalize. But just back to the single lone player from Mars there, they definitely have quite a walk ahead of them. It's going to be very tough because they're going to have to play not only for the kills, but for the placements to try and scrape together as much as possible for the team. And basically his entire job right now is not to get caught out in the rotate, not to get caught out in any of the fights, just has to bide his time, play slow, play smart, and try and make his way up into the final sort of end stages of the game. If he can get up into the late game, then maybe he'll be able to find some cheeky kills, some picks, and find his way into top 10, maybe further up that leaderboard and find some more points for the team that way. Because at that point, that's basically the only way you can make something happen. Right now, the Gold Diggers trying to get into a compound are going to find themselves repelled right now by some of the players there from 10X. They're going to have to reroute and move somewhere else. And indeed, they're going to be going all the way around the back. But the question is, are they going to stick around for the fight? Well, they're just going to have to, because Agent 77 is absolutely eliminated there. Gold Diggers losing that player is not the greatest for them. They're going to have to disperse or go somewhere else and try and move forward with the lack of players there on that side, which tends to happen sometimes. It is a little bit unfortunate here on the last game to lose players like that, but it is inevitable at some point. The teams are going to let things slip, and certainly there is the first time that happens there in this game, but it's going to continue to happen as we move forward. Gold Diggers a pretty forward position here, keeping an eye on EXO Redefined. there's still so much work to do here. Exo now pushing across GD, trying to mount that defense, and Freak doing exactly what he needs to do to keep things under control. There comes the Thirst, trying to get the damage in, but there's the perfect knock from British, coming right in and playing a little bit of Skittles here, knocking them over with those buggies, and now come Exo Redefined, they come knocking, and they are ready for that fight.
My goodness, what a crazy now coming in from Princess right there as he's able to take down Freak. Amazing stuff right there. I did think that GD were onto something. We're going to start to wipe out the boys from Exo Redefined, but yeah, it has gone the way it is. We're now beginning to see some skirmish coming in right there. I do believe it's between the boys from 4 Somalians as well as the boys from Cryptics, both each on opposite sides, taking out one player, and oof, things are getting really serious right here. We still got about 15 teams right here in the lobby as we're about to move into that second zone before Somalians getting into this fight right here. I do think that these two teams are always going against each other. Like they just keep on trying to get closer and closer, like they have a special relationship. Actually, the first clan that took out the boys from Cryptics was the 4 Somalians, and they're back here again trying to wipe them out.
Yeah, indeed, they are right here at the doorstep, knocking on that door, going, "Hello, do you want to fight again?" And the answer might just be yes, as the 4 Somalians now going up against their prison, finding a nice dunk, but unfortunately it goes right back into his own face, and that's exactly not what you want right there, especially going up against Cryptic's shots coming through now. Lazy Boy is going to find a few hits, and things not going to be too easy for them. Cryptics now trying to mount that attack, and the blue zone is going to cause a little bit of a problem for the teams to make something happen. The Bill is going to get taken down. This is Cryptics now pushing forward, moving on through. The fists come out, and of course you get backed in the face with those. When those get busted out, a little bit of EM there. So El Chapo will find that on towards Nabil. Some very nice stuff there. Cryptics now on the front foot, and initially it was the 4 Somalian boys who were taking down the Cryptics, and now they're just returning the favor, coming to take the 4 Somalian boys down themselves. Senki now up with that UMP ready for the attack. UMP, such a strong weapon up the season, been absolutely devastating, used by pretty much every team under the sun here, just to tear through those HP bars. Now Prisoning Glitchy trying to make something happen here, something defensible. Glitchy on the back line, but can he stop this attack from Cryptics?
Yeah, amazing stuff coming in from the boys from Cryptics right there as they're pulling in, trying as much as possible to take out the boys from 4 Somalians, but my goodness, they are putting up a strong fight right there. And this is what we were saying in the last game, right? That, even when you lose the fight, make sure you take out a couple of players. And this is what the 4 Somalian boys were doing. They held up a good fight against them. Great stuff coming in from Cryptics, but they know now that, man, they got to be careful. This aggressive gameplay may lead to us losing a couple of players, and that definitely, will lead to them being a lot more careful as they do progress throughout the entire game. If they come up against another team, they have to now be extremely cautious, and knowing that 2 players from Cryptics have been taken down, other teams will be looking out and saying, hey, you know what, yeah, they're not as powerful, now we can go on and just play our game.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, as we take a look at that map, you can see the teams very much lining the edge of the coastline against the river that runs across between the Sosnovka military island and the mainland. And of course, the team's just getting ready to make sure and say, okay, is that zone going to rotate down south? Is it going to move north? They're in a good position either way, just straight down the line. And there it is, exactly the dreaded moment that they've been waiting for, but the moment that I've been waiting for so long. We have that military island zone moving down in towards the south, down towards that military base. And now the teams are going to be forced into those choke points, forced into those difficult situations, and they're going to be put to the test to see how they handle this. And of course, everyone is starting to move already. The side bit already trying to mobilize everyone. Gonna get the same idea. The Gold Diggers just watching them do it. They're very close to the edge of the zone, so they might just try and rotate in a little bit later. the rest of the teams are going to want to get into safety as quick as possible, especially since they know where the zone is going to be and most likely where it's going to finish. Now things have gotten tough, things have gotten difficult, and the teams just have to be dynamic. They have to adapt to the situation down there. That military base finish is not often what we get here on Erangel, but it is fantastic when we see it because it definitely puts these teams to the test in terms of their knowledge, their tactics, their strategies, how to approach the game when things are not going the way you expect and when things start to tend towards that military island, which we don't see all as often. How do you respond?
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. But Patchy, now we're moving into that next zone right here. We still got about 13 teams in this particular one, but it does look like we have less teams than we did the last time going into the fourth zone, where a lot of teams getting into those skirmishes right there. The boys from Navi still looking quite strong in this particular one as they do hold a portion within that breach, looking to take on several different teams who will be rotating into that zone. And my goodness, what a position they have right here. They look like they're set up to spoil things for a lot of teams, and it may just be the boys from Sidemen as they look to head towards that zone. And if they take out Sidemen quite early in this particular one, it could very well just be the end of their ambitions to get back into the Umzansi. And we're curious to see how this one actually does play out. You do see Netmi and the boys trying as much as possible to get closer and closer to this one. There's also two players from the boys from Cryptics not too far away from Sidemen as well, so that may be some trouble right there, as you do see Montana getting a knock onto Sleepy. But my goodness, this is not going according to plan for the boys from Sidemen.
Absolutely not. It's such a devastating situation to be caught in. Navi. Cross has pointed directly at them, but Hunter is going to find something back. At least it's Hunter and Nerfme to try and defend this position here from not only Navi, but also 1M on the back side. Things are not looking easy at all. Navi getting those reses in, and it is going to just become more and more difficult for the Sidemen to hold up in this position. Of course, that zone about to shift in once again, so things are not going to get any easier for these players, and they're going to have to start looking at moving up once again. And of course, we already know what's going to have to happen. Gold Diggers are going to go for a swim and take on a little bit more water than they bargained for here. The Cryptics now moving on through, and the assault from Navi is a little bit much. The damage comes through, but they have to retaliate. Lazy Boy does find something back, but the damage has already been done. Has to get the reses through, but Navi on the swing. Hanud comes through, and he is doing the damage, catching them out, not letting them get any reses for free. What a good job coming out from them. Navi just staying on point here. They want to take this one away from Cryptics. They were like, you got match number 1, but no more. Navi got match number 2. They got match number 3, and they are looking for match number 4 as well. They do not want to let their foot up on this gas, and this is what I was hoping for. This is what I was waiting for. I wanted to see if we could get a back-to-back-to-back. And now Navi are looking to start that off on a very strong foot. We still have 13 teams and 39 players left on the board in Zone 4, so things are definitely going to be hectic, definitely going to be crazy. But we have a Navi that's hungry for kills.
Man, Nefmi taking quite a huge risk as it drives his vehicle across that bridge where the boys from Navi are currently situated. But my goodness, what a performance coming in from the boys from Navi right there. Taking the boys from Cryptics down to that one player. And you can see that the boys from Navi are just looking for that last guy, being absolutely aggressive. They want to take them out of this particular game. They're just gatekeeping everyone at this particular point in time. You do see Shen going down right there. Oh, my goodness, what a tough time for a lot of these guys. There was some extra redefined trying as much as possible to cross through, and they're getting taken down by both extra redefined players as well as Navi players. Man, things are being really tough for a lot of teams trying to cross through right here in this one. You can see Navi still putting in the work. They've got in another kill, and my goodness, what a time for a lot of these guys. Pablo trying as much as possible to keep his team within this particular one as he turns his sights onto Gideon, trying to get another knock right there. But my goodness, Patchy, did you think before the day started that Navi was going to come in with a performance like this?
I can honestly say I did not expect that. Not at all. I definitely did not see Na'Vi coming through with such a strong performance here. And, well, now that we head into this, we're going to watch them do it again. And this is it. Caught off guard, nerfed me. He saw the two Na'Vi players on the back line. He did not see Hanud all the way pushed up over this stairway, and that was his downfall there, getting caught out by a nice push from Hanud, who spotted that one out very quickly on the defense coming through for Na'Vi. And this is a team that, like you said, I mean, did not expect this team to be doing what they're doing, but here they are, 2 chicken dinners back to back, and now still coming in super strong here in Erangel 2.0, or Erangel Part 2, should I say. And I mean, that's crazy to see. I would be very, very scared of a team like this if they do win this match as well. Then, I mean, that's basically guaranteed promo. But man, oh man, what a way to do it. In any case, we'll see if they can actually pull something like that off. We're in zone number 4, almost zone number 5, which means moving towards 6 very, very soon. You can see the space, the playable area absolutely running out now. Very, very small. 1M losing Lazy Boy, and that's Cryptix absolutely eliminated in position number 10. So they do not even get a chance to move up for the chicken dinner here. As they had in part 1. They just get absolutely eliminated here, and it looks like the other teams will be vying for those positions. Na'Vi now starting to move up, but it's BBCX to try and stop them from making that happen. Montana is going to get taken down. Now the push has to come out from Na'Vi, and they have to get through none other than the Magicians as well.
Man, tough time for them right there. But my goodness, Na'Vi, the one who was doing the gatekeeping, now being gatekept right here as we're moving all the way into that 5th zone. They've got so many different teams around them to worry about, as BBC Frost and his teammate Havoc are just taking a look onto them right here. Outsiders also trying to get into that zone as the player has gotten taken down. Rashta is going down in that particular situation with Wanda not too far away from him. Will he be able to get that rest just in time, or will that be the end of them in this particular game? We'll get to see in the overall leaderboard what position they're at, but that is the end for Outsiders in this particular one as they look to make it all the way into the Umzansi. We'll see in the overall leaderboard if they were able to make it, but my goodness, let's turn our sights onto other teams right here. Na'Vi boys have been able to get on the reses, and now they're pushing into the zone. They've got an edge right here as they've pulled up into a space within that zone. And look at this, Patchy. A large portion of that bridge is still within the zone, so it means that they've got a lot of cover to work with for now while they take on shots onto several different teams.
I find it absolutely crazy that Na'Vi have been able to hold on to this bridge for as long as they have. They almost got taken down, but they were able to scrape things back together, get themselves back up and running, and now they're just watching all the other teams get eliminated. Search and Destroy getting taken out. YKI now under fire from 10X. BBCX on the side as well. Zone has shifted. It is very, very small now. We are 5 zones in, almost 6. And I mean, they have maintained, Na'Vi have maintained their position on that bridge very, very well. And they're still going to look to do that. They're still going to look to continue to maintain that position if they can. Don't want to get anywhere further. Don't want to get anywhere out of that position unless they have to. And they're just going to wait for everyone else to take the fight. And that's exactly what's happening. 10X now getting up there with YKI. Some shots being exchanged. T2F obviously going head-to-head against Cyclone. And things not looking too easy now. 10X taking a bit of damage. The shots are absolutely flying. Everyone is looking for everyone else here. It's an absolute ring of death at the moment. 10X Africa now posting up here with Black Rev, looking for something towards BBC, looking for something towards YKI. Everyone's just pushed out towards the perimeter. But look at that minimap. Look at that blue zone. It's very, very close to shifting once again. These spaces are about to be restricted. These players are about to be forced into one another as Cyclone Shield gets taken out. We have 6 teams remaining, 19 players left, and they're all about to squeeze into a 120, 150 meter zone. Is not going to be the easiest thing. The cover is going to be minimal, and these teams are going to have to fight to the death for the space.
Ooh, things are looking really, really close. Your Killer Ears have got a portion within that particular zone. If they do perform well in this particular game, they might be able to qualify. Na'Vi has got 8 defeats so far, but they're coming up against several different teams around them. They got the boys from BBC who are causing a havoc, courtesy of that player right there. Havoc. That's what I did there. Anyways, taking a look at this final zone right here, the boys from Na'Vi might be able to hold a portion of that zone as they do look to move into that top 5 and maybe grab their third winner chicken dinner of the game. They've got about 4 players left here in this particular one, and we'll be looking out to see who actually is able to grab that winner chicken dinner. They're coming up against the boys from BBC. G-Don getting a knock right there onto one of them players right there from the boys from BBC. And my goodness, Pachi, things are beginning to shape up really well in this particular game. Yokila is trying as much as possible to get into that zone, and they've got the boys from 10X in front of them, but it's just now left with Bipolar. Magicians go out to the team trained to frags, and we're down to 5 teams right here in this one. But the knock right there coming in from Bipolar with that particular nade, and he's now reduced the team Yokila is to just 2 players. If he can get this confirmation right here, then Yokila is will have only 2 players in this one. But Caramel's making that flank. Can he get a knock onto Caramel, or will that be the end? We do see BBC Havoc still in that kill on that particular one, and he may be able to provide some third-party shots onto the players from Yokila is. But let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, Bipolar in a pretty decent spot. They're keeping the team alive bit after bit as team after team gets taken out. He's keeping his team alive. It is Na'Vi still asserting their dominance, and there's no ways you see the back-to-back-to-back. I mean, these guys are making it look easy. Na'Vi running through, finding the shot. They've already killed 11 players. That's 11 points in the pocket for free, but they're also top 4, and they're also wreaking absolute havoc over there towards Train to Frag. This is absolutely devastating for anyone still on the map. They're going to have to try and find something back, try and disable Na'Vi, try and just put a stop to what they're doing right now, because they have absolutely taken control. And now as we move into zone number 7, things are looking that much more difficult. Train to Frag trying to move down the hill. Your killer is slowly creeping across. We still have Bipolar alive, maybe trying to cause a bit of havoc on the back line, but the crawling game has begun, and the shots are still flying out from Na'Vi. They're still waiting for everyone just to walk on up to those crosshairs, and as soon as that happens, they take the shot and they confirm those kills. These teams have quite a monumental task ahead of them to try and push in towards Na'Vi. You can see Train to Frag trying to recuperate as much as possible, get as much HP back as possible to try and make this as viable as they can, but there comes another knock, and I don't think Seto is in the right position to make the rev happen. Has to get himself back up to full HP first, then turns toward Nova God to try and get that res, but it's not going to be easy right now. Train to Frag under so much pressure, under so much fire. Na'Vi is there, YKI is there, even Bipolar is sneaking around towards that tree and just trying to keep on his toes, wait for the right moment to pop up and look for the kill, tries to go for it. Train to Frag now has to push forward into that zone, into that safety, and Na'Vi is waiting there with open arms. Bipolar getting poured out. Unfortunately, he tries to pick a moment to run, but it is not the right moment. 10X now getting eliminated there, but that's the moment for trigger pull from Na'Vi. They're like, we found you, and we will take you down as well. Train to Frag slaughtered in such a fashion. Look at this, Na'Vi looking to run away with another chicken dinner. There's no way, Zackfire.
Oh my goodness. The third winner chicken dinner of the day. Who saw this coming? 3 in a row. What? Na'Vi. Okay. We spoke a lot about cryptics, but my goodness, this is ridiculous. What?
3.7k damage for Na'Vi Africa. We did not expect this team to pull these numbers. Map number 1 happened and we were all about that Cryptic's life, and Na'Vi was like, no, sir, we're going to steal the show. We're going to take a chicken dinner and another chicken dinner and another chicken dinner. And they did. 17 elims for them, 32 points to close things out. And that's 3 chicken dinners. What a finisher for Na'Vi.
Nah, man, I did not see this one coming, Pachi. I did not think in any way that they were going to do this.
Whew. What a W here. Na'Vi Africa They need to rename themselves to Real Madrid Africa because they've just gone back to back to back with these W's. Not only has it not been done within this season of the Umzansi Esports League, but y'all will have to correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think this has been done writ large with 3 back-to-backs. I know teams have maybe gone having like 2 back-to-back, 2 on the same night, or even 3 on the same night when there's 4 maps, but this is something else. 3,700 damage. Patchy, you'll correct me as well here. This might have been the highest damage tally that we've seen in a single map in the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League. No matter what the stats are looking like, Navi Africa clearly looking like the best team in this lobby, and they are nailed on to be able to get into season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League. So congratulations to them. How many points did they get tonight? So 32 here. They got 29 earlier, and then they got
21 before, I think.
21 before that, and then 14 on Erangel. My God. Wow. So, Patchy, they got triple digits in one day, right? This is clearly a team that has the same caliber of skill as a proper Umzansi Esports League squad. They have shown that they do not belong in the Nkosi Super Cup. I think if we were in the semi-finals of the Umzansi Esports League, given how they played, they could actually make a very decent challenge, even against the best squads in the league right now.
I mean, I honestly can't say we haven't seen them go up against any of the Nkosi teams that are currently in the season, but I honestly would not be surprised if what you say proves to be absolutely true. With a performance like that, definitely they at least belong in the Umzansi League to have a shot at showing us what they can do up against those squads, up against that specific format. You know, I want to see these guys in the league. I want to see what they have to offer in terms of put them in with the teams, put them into the format, see what they can do, get them through the groups, and see if this team is going to stir the pot. Because time and time again, every time we come into the season after the promo series, we always have new teams coming in with new fire in their bellies, ready to make something happen. And I think maybe this is going to be one of those teams that we're very much going to be keenly awaiting when it comes to the next season.
Patchy makes a very good point, because though we are in the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League, today in the FIFA segment was the first time ever that we've had the same players that got relegated from the Umzansi League be able to claw their way back through the promotion relegation qualifiers. Every single other time, it has been a mishmash. It has been teams that are taking over different spots. It's always a mix. It's always teams that are showing that the Nkosi Super Cup is not just a feeder league, but it's where greatness can be bred itself. Actfire, after this particular day of action, we're going to be seeing very shortly what the overall leaderboard looks like, who are the top teams that have been confirmed going forward. However, one thing that does suck, as much as we are going to be celebrating how well Navi Africa did, we'll be celebrating all the top 8 teams that get into the Umzansi Esports League season number 6. This is only the start of the journey, right? Being able to qualify does also mean that you have to look forward to the next season. It's fairly a few months away. How do you make sure that you don't let complacency set in between now and then, so that when the league does come around, you don't find yourself immediately bounce back into a new promotion relegation playoffs?
I think that there are a lot of competitions where these teams are going to be practicing. They're going to be playing. They're going to be playing a lot of scrims. There's a lot to look forward to. There are smaller competitions, and there are bigger ones as well. That teams can practice in. There's other official competitions as well, like PMCO, that are going to come up as well. So the teams have their hands full when it comes to preparing for the next Umzansi. They always do that. They if there's nothing, they'll find a way to practice when it comes to scrims. And I think that is something that they definitely need to consistently do, so that they don't drop form. Because we saw a team like Sidemen, just not live up to what they're capable of. Like Nefmi, I think there's just something about his body language that's not just there. Maybe he needs to go back, just reevaluate his game, continue to grind it out. It's gonna be tough, because dropping from the Umzansi sometimes is tough. But a team like BJE has dropped before and come back. Magicians have dropped. They're looking like they might come back. So we'll see how it goes.
As we're going to be seeing the future of these squads, let's take a quick look at who the MVP was for our second round of Erangel tonight and on our 4th map of the evening. Of course, I'm expecting this to be a Navi Africa player. It would shock me to my very core if that was not the case. What a surprise. Look who it is. G-Done, 6 eliminations. I will admit, though, Patchy, This is interesting for me because I've always liked squads that are able to distribute the load a little bit more. However, what this does mean is that you tend to have less bombastic performances from an individual player, which is a bit sad. It does kind of suck because we all love to see those highlight reels of one person popping off. However, the 6 eliminations that he was able to pick up here, it still represents not only more than other squads have gotten in totality, but there have been several weeks of the official Umzansi Esports League where this has proven to be enough to get you into that MVP conversation. So for Navi Africa, going forward into the Umzansi Esports League, it bodes very well for them, right? That they can have multiple different players who can occupy this MVP role without necessarily sacrificing their placement points or their overall team cohesion.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, if you take a look at G Dun's score here, I mean, 867 damage, 6 elims. If you think about it, we just saw Navi get around 3.7k damage, if I'm not mistaken, in that game, which means that basically every single one of their players was outputting around this score, around that damage. I mean, that's insane. That means you have every single player on your team being worthy of MVP status in any given game. That's nuts. That means you have a lot of potential. Any player could pop off. And I mean, we were talking about this previously. We were talking about, if a team has a star player, if they're not a good day, then, the team's a bit shaky. Things cannot happen. But if everyone on your team's a star player, it doesn't matter if somebody's having a shaky day. You're just going to perform.
Yep. I feel really, really solid about starting to call them Real Madrid Africa because they're starting to put on some Galacticos levels performances here. Let's take a look at what they were able to accomplish in this map. Of course, we know that they got themselves 32 points. Train to Frag, though, got 16, so they doubled up the points tally, going from second into first position. We talked enough about Navi Africa. Time to talk about other squads here, Agfire. Your killer is 10x Africa. BBCX coming up a little bit as well here. These were squads that we were very deeply worried about coming into this fourth and deciding map of Erangel. Have they done enough in your opinion? And if they haven't, let's assume that these 3 squads are actually getting themselves relegated. How do you think they'll fare in the upcoming season in the Nkosi Super Cup?
Yeah, I think they should just keep on grinding, keep on practicing, playing scrims, playing other tournaments, keep on growing. Because I can speak from experience from some teams that I've seen that have now grown and qualified, right? They've only done that because they've consistently, been grinding and improving their quality. So just keep it up. Just keep it up. There's a very slim margin between a team that goes on and qualifies and a team that is still within the inconsistent stage. As much as we want to believe that those teams on the top are really good, for me it's not even about gun skill, right? You're seeing a team like CLS, they didn't do well in this particular game, but in the last game they took out Cryptics, you understand, and they did it quite well. But now they're looking like they may not even qualify, but they're taking on one of the best teams, right? They're taking out. We saw them on the first day, coming up against Active Gaming in, Erangel. They put up a huge fight and almost stopped Active from getting that winner chicken dinner. So they're also another clan that's really close to being in the conversation. So they just got to go back, reevaluate, continue to grind, improve their knowledge on the game, and then come back. So for me, that's the most important thing.
I mean, that does cover very well what these squads have to think about when they are in danger of being relegated down back into the Nkosi Super Cup. Patchy, let's talk about some of these teams that might be finding themselves getting promoted. Cryptics, of course, have certainly done enough tonight. Navi Africa, we've spoken about before. ATL Magicians, I'm still on the fence about. I wasn't doing the mental math, if I'm going to be completely honest about them. So we'll have to see on the overall leaderboard where they stand exactly. But what have you made of their performances, and what do you think their fortunes will be like if they do go into the Umzansi Esports League, especially Cryptics and Navi Africa, who are almost guaranteed to do so at this point?
Yeah. I mean, you were talking about Magicians, and definitely I haven't been doing the mental maths on that one either. But they certainly haven't delivered on the performances that I was expecting to come out of them. They definitely looked a lot stronger when I saw them come into the league in the first place. And certainly there was a lot of hype around them when they initially came into Umzansi, and we did see them do a lot better then. Definitely expecting them to do a lot more here today. Whether they did enough to get in or not, like I said, I'm not too sure about that. But if we move the conversation over to the teams that you mentioned there, like the Cryptics, for instance, and like the Navi, obviously super keen to see what they have to offer. definitely have proven right here that they are a cut above the rest. And, if it weren't enough to say that they were a cut above the rest from the Incorsi teams, it's enough to say that they're a cut above the rest even here amongst the sort of mashup between the Incorsi and the Umzansi teams, no less. So definitely that's impressive, to say the very least, because right now what we're looking for is the teams that are able to really prove themselves and say, okay, we're not just worthy of going into the promos, we're worthy of going into Umzansi, and we're actually going to do it in style. And they have absolutely done so. They have beaten everyone to a pulp, especially Navi. 96 points, guys. Come on. We had
listen.
This is not on.
This is Real Madrid Africa going back to back on the winner chicken dinners, doubling the points of the team right behind them from 48 to 96, and being far and away the clear champion of this particular playoff relegation spot, because they have the most points, they have the most eliminations, the most placement points, the most winner chicken dinners, everything you could possibly want for success. Navi Africa has delivered, and they certainly are going to be looking like a team to watch out for in season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League. There's teams right now that I know going into the finals weekend that I think Navi Africa would be able to beat to the punch. Of course, they'll be earning the number 1 slot. Cryptics right behind them with 48 points. Train to Frag Esports also did enough, very quietly, being able to be somewhat consistent this evening, and they've earned themselves 3rd place overall. Outsiders, they found themselves in a final zone more than once this evening. Doesn't matter that they didn't win, because they got enough points to be able to get back into the Umzansi Esports League. Of course, teams that have found themselves relegated this season, BBCX, 10X Africa, Your Killer Is, they've survived the Kachia Ackfire. They're in, they're back, and Gold Digger ES will be joining them in the 7th position. So we have our 8 teams here. Let's do a fun little thought experiment. Since we do have the finals weekend coming up next week for the Umzansi Esports League proper, Ackfire, I want you to tell me, which squad out of all of these 8 do you think would be able to go, if they were to be in that finals weekend, who do you think would actually do well enough to maybe even place on the first page of the best teams in the continent?
Cryptics, Navi, definitely. Those 2 definitely will most likely be in that first page. I think that you could even say that they could win it. The reality is different from, just predictions, but definitely they've shown that they got what it takes to get into the games and just get those skills. But lovely game performance that we've seen from them so far in this particular one. I feel like Cryptics just removed their foot off the gas once they knew they qualified. But still, great performance coming in from Navi, man.
Navi just did special things today, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they perform in season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League. Some of the other squads, though, that have not been able to make the cut, unfortunately, will be these squads here in the bottom 8. ATL Magicians out. Cyclone Shield Esports out. From Mars, Search and Destroy, Sidemen, EXO, 4 Suleiman Boys, and Delta Squad, all of them bounce back into the Incorsi Super Cup. Will have to prove themselves there and come all the way through that gauntlet if they want to challenge in the promotion relegation playoffs down the line. One thing that is interesting here, though, obviously we've spoken about some of these teams going up into the Umzansi Esports League. Patchy, some of these teams dropping down. Teams like From Mars, Sidemen, EXO Redefined, Delta Squad, who started the season in Umzansi, haven't been able to make a splash in the playoffs, and now find themselves all the way down in the Incorsi Super Cup. Do you think they'll be able to perform well there, utilizing the experience they've gained from the Umzansi and some of the experience gained here? Or is this the beginning of a much more aggressive spiral down the drain for some of these squads coming from the top and going all the way to the bottom?
Snare, I think it really depends on how the teams handle this particular outcome. You can, as a team and as a squad and as players, you can let this be the beginning of the downward spiral to the bottom, but you don't have to let it be that. You have the power to choose whether or not that happens. As I said a little bit earlier on, and as I was speaking about when it comes to this, is you really have to let this be the beginning of a new beginning. I think is what you really have to do, is go back into the Incorsi League and let that grind just grind you back down into those diamonds, get you back up to scratch, get you back into the league and into fighting form. Because right now what we can see is these teams, a little bit worn out from the Umzansi, not able to make it up not able to prove, to prove true in terms of finding that promotion. And now they have a long gauntlet ahead of them in terms of fighting to get back into place, but it's not impossible. And if you want it, you will get there. Incorsi is going to grind you into that player. It is going to better you if you put your head down and you make it happen. You've just got to jump in, get the squad ready, reinvigorate yourselves, and go for it again. It's definitely possible to go back for another round.
Elimination leaders are now being presented for us now, and Cryptics, whew, certainly have been the team that has been showing off here, despite the fact that Navi Africa were the ones that walked away with today's performances, 3 back-to-back-to-back winner chicken dinners. It's still going to be the Cryptics that are finding themselves in pole position when it comes to the eliminations being done. Of course, this is not all about the game, because there are many different metrics to try and absorb and learn and think about. Talk to me about this, Agfire. Patchy was just mentioning it just now, the fact that going into the Nkosi Super Cup can have this proven ground effect. And you mentioned a squad like BJE, who's gone down, grinded it out, and then came back into dominant form. Cryptics, of course, have been leveling up week in, week out. Navi Africa have done a really good job tonight. But I really want to talk about this Magician squad. We all expected more out of them tonight. And we thought that, well, they have the skills, the capabilities to be able to get into that top 8, go into the Umzansi Esports League proper. They failed to do so, but they still somehow got number 5 for Magicians here with the eliminations. Talk to me about their confidence levels right now as it stands. Will they crumble going back into the Nkosi Super Cup, given that they didn't perform to expectations? Or will they be galvanized by the fact that it wasn't a perfect day, but we still did enough to put ourselves on the map?
Man, they will definitely feel gutted with, their position in the overall leaderboard right there, not being able to qualify them to the next stage. Remember, this is a Magician team that has done well. They've been in the Umzansi. We know them to be very good, but things have just stepped, up a notch in this particular time. You're seeing Nkosi teams coming through that are absolutely outstanding, like Navi, like Cryptics, like Outsiders. All these guys are putting in a strong performance. You're seeing teams like Sidemen not being able to perform and being relegated as well. So it's very tough, but I feel like they should just go back to the drawing board, come back next season, and just give it another shot. I think that they were really close. Something just happened to them today. Maybe it was the boys from Cryptics, in that first game, and how they just destroyed their confidence. And Navi was absolutely brilliant in the second one, and all the other games. So we'll see if they can stick together and come back next season. Then I do believe that they have what it takes to get into the Umzansi.
I would love to see them being able to make that climb back for themselves and figure out a way to be able to get as deep into things as humanly possible. Of course, as it stands right now, they have to make that long slog through the 6th season of the Nkosi Super Cup and maybe get a chance back into the 7th season of the Umzansi Esports League. But as it stands right now, they are out of that milieu for the Magicians, and we find our 8 teams going into the Umzansi Esports League. It's curious and very interesting to me that there's only 3 squads that came from the Umzansi Esports League proper to be able to make their climb back. So definitely tells you the thing we've been discussing literally for the last 10 weeks, Patchy. You remember that point where we looked at before the relegation point happened, we looked at the bottom 8 teams, and our constant refrain was, don't be here because the Nkosi Super Cup teams are actually pretty good, and there's no guarantee that you find yourself back into the Umzansi Esports League. And tonight was a very good vindication of that. Of course, with that, all that action still to come, all the things still to happen. One final question I have for you, Patchy. We've spoken about this Navi Africa squad. We've spoken about the Cryptics doing really well. But out of these top 8 teams, who do you think is a true dark horse? Someone that we haven't really thought about too much, but that you have a feeling based on their performances tonight could still make a major splash in the Umzansi Esports League?
Oh, that's a very good question. I mean, if we're going to talk about dark horses, I mean, we can turn our attention to the teams that kind of performed really well. And I think one of the teams that you actually mentioned is the team that you said slipped under the radar and yet still made it really well. I'm talking, of course, about Train to Frag. We weren't really focused too much on them. We were really very much wowed by the Cryptics' initial performance and Navi's continual back-to-back chickens, that we didn't really see Train to Frag doing what they were doing, and they were just sliding in there, consistently getting kills. They were placing high. They were there. They were in the thick of things. They were making it happen. At the end of the day, they made it really high up that leaderboard. They were literally right there behind Cryptics, 8 points behind them. We were saying how great Cryptics were doing, but Train to Frag was right there behind them. I mean, just a couple of points away, and that's pretty impressive. So I think if there's a team that maybe has some more tricks up their sleeve, or perhaps that we can watch to move through going into the next one, I think that's maybe a team to watch out for.
Very going to be exciting to see how they're going to be performing in Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. Of course, with a lot of these teams being promoted up, it does also mean the end of their period of not being scrutinized. The one advantage some of these Nkosi Super Cup teams have coming into the Umzansi Esports League is that there's not as much tape available on them to study, to reflect and learn from. That's going to stop soon, especially after some of the performances we've seen today, and especially given that Season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League has proven to be very much about which teams are slipping under the radar, which teams are able to just slowly but consistently grind out to success. So these teams that have succeeded today, enjoy it, y'all. It's going to become much more difficult as time goes on, but I think they probably are going to be up to the challenge and up to the task of meeting these Umzansi Esports League teams. Of course, now that we are done here at Fire, these top 8 are finished. We're going back to the Nkosi Super Cup. The intriguing thing about this is now that some of the best squads out of the Nkosi Super Cup are removed, there's no more Cryptics, there's no more Navi Africa, there's no more TFT. These teams being gone does mean that there's now space and available room for new champions to try and come up. So before we close things out for today, I want one name from you from these relegated squads from the Umzansi Esports League. Give me one team that you think will be able to take pole position coming into the next promotion relegation playoffs.
I think CLS. I think Cyclone Shields. I think that they will be able to perform really well. They've showed us that they are able to take on, the big boys. They're able to fight anyone. They just fell short today. Maybe it's a confidence thing. Maybe they just weren't lucky. But I think that they can do it. They can do it in the next one.
They will have another opportunity, of course, only if they are able to succeed through the Nkosi Super Cup, which will be taking place in a couple of months as well here in the Season 6 Umzansi Esports League. That does mean, though, that we are going to be closing out the affair for this evening, but we're not done just yet with the season of Umzansi. We have one more weekend to go. Next weekend, the all-important championship weekend, where we're not going to be trying to determine who gets to participate in the next season of the Umzansi Esports League, but we'll be determining who is truly the best of the best within African esports as it stands right now. Of course, it's going to be an incredible weekend, so you certainly do not want to miss it. Easiest way to make sure that you are abreast of all the individual action is to head on over to @Nodwin Gaming Africa. Follow us there and be aware of everything that's happening within the league. Next weekend is grand finals. Next weekend, we will, of course, have Patchy and Actfire returning again. So go give them your love in the online space and be here returning on Friday at about 6 p.m. CEST to continue the action, continue the hype, and to see the finale of the Umzansi Esports League. This has been the promotion relegation playoffs. We have our new contestants for Season 6. Next week, we'll be crowning champions of Season 5. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you there for the action. But for tonight, we're signing out. We love you, and we'll see you for the finals.